A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Marsh are so sorry it involved the aces in the stolen bracelet case that they want to make amends. Mrs. Marsh is going to introduce Jane into her society crowd, and Mr. Marsh tipped Mr. Race off that the city is going to buy a certain piece of property for a housing project. What Jane and Mr. Race don't know is that Mr. Marsh, who is a city alderman, owns this piece of property and is using Mr. Race as a blind. It's the next morning at Mr. Race's office now. He calls to his secretary. Listen.
Miss Wilson, bring your notebook in for some letters, please.
Yes, sir. I'll bring it right in, sir.
Oh, what? Jane!
April Fool.
Well, what are you doing downtown at this time of day?
Oh, I've been downtown all morning. Why, it's noon. Miss Wilson went out to lunch.
She went to lunch without saying anything to me?
No, I told her I'd tell you. I want to talk to you.
Well, as long as you're here, I want to talk to you, too.
No, me first now. I've been downtown shopping, and I'm going to buy a lot of things.
Well...
Oh, yes? Do you know how long it's been since I got a new dress?
Wait a minute. I didn't say anything.
Oh.
You must have been rehearsing a little argument all the way up here. Were you?
Well, I can't. Well, I am going to buy a lot of new things. I got to thinking about Mrs. Marsh and meeting all those new people and everything, and the first thing I thought of was...
What will I wear?
What will... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked through everything I've got, and it's awful. I'd like to throw away everything I have and start over from the beginning.
With rompers, you mean?
Yes, with... What? Now, wait a minute, dear. I don't understand this. Why don't you just come right out and say I can't buy it? You never acted like this before. I don't know what to say when you act
kind
like
of took
this.
the wind out of your sails. I hear you come here ready for a big argument. You got all the answers ready, and there's no argument. Well... You can go right ahead and buy anything you want.
You feel all right, dear?
Sure, I feel fine. I understand what you mean. This new crowd that Mrs. Morris is introducing you to, and you have to look the part. Of course, there's a limit to what you
Well, now that's more like it used to be. What do you mean, a limit?
Well, what do you mean? You're buying a lot of things. How much?
Well, in the first place, I saw 4 hats I liked. I told the girl to hold them till this afternoon. I'd let her know.
4 hats? You're letting your money go to your head, aren't you?
Well, they go with different things I'm buying and some things I've got.
Oh, I see.
Then it's all right with about the hat. Now, there's an evening dress. With sleeves to about here of ermine. It's black velvet, and you should see it on me. It fits like a glove on the wall. I had all I could do to keep from wearing it right out.
No, I wouldn't advise wearing an evening dress out at this hour of the day.
Then it's all right about that, too?
Well...
Oh, yes? You know the last time I bought an evening dress?
Wait a minute, Jane. You're jumping at conclusions. I'm not objecting.
Well, what's going on here? If you're kidding me, dear, I'll
I'm
never
not
forget you.
kidding. I think you might have a few new things. I can see that you'll need them. And I want you to keep up appearances, especially the way the Marshes have been taking a sort of a fancy to it. And that's what I want to talk to you about.
What?
Well, I seldom, if ever, talk business with you. Sit down.
Well, what is it, dear?
Well, this deal Mr. Morris put me next to, it's about the biggest thing I've ever tackled.
Aren't they sweet?
Yeah.
The way she came over and apologized and said she wanted me to be with her all the time and go and visit
Well, what
her.
about him? Imagine him coming over here and tipping me off to a deal this big? Now, that's what I want to talk to you about, Jane.
All right.
Now, well, in order to tie up this piece of property on an option, I'm going to have a lot of cash, all I can lay my hands on. In fact, it's going to take about everything we've got, including a mortgage on the house. Now, the chances are about 1 in a million of not being able to sell this property to the city after I get it. In fact, less than that. And I stand to make close to $25,000 when I do sell it. So you see, it's not much of a gamble. I mean, I don't stand to lose anything, and we have everything to gain. Now, I just want you to know that we're going into hock with everything we possess. And I want to get your okay. I want to feel that in case that 1 in a million chance happens, that something happens that we don't sell the property, that you knew all about it, and I had your okay to go ahead with it. Well, Jane.
What?
Well, are you thinking about this?
Well, kinda. I was thinking more of that evening dress.
Isn't that awful?
But I heard you, dear. I think I know what you mean. Of course, I don't understand a lot about business. You never tell me anything. Why are you so down?
Because this is going to take every cent we've got. Because I want you to realize that if this deal doesn't go through, we're flat broke.
Broke?
Yes. But as I say, there's hardly a chance of that. In fact, it's even silly to think about it. But I have to face facts, and I'd like for you to face them with me, especially one that's this important. I want you to know just how we stand on this. What do you say?
Well, dear, I always say a wife takes the bitter with the better. When things were bitter...
Yes, I know. It's easy to say that now that things are going along all right. But will you say it if something goes wrong and we lose out? There's always that chance, no matter how slight, you know.
Well, I don't know just what you want me to say. I don't understand about business. I always leave those things to you. You know that. I don't know what you want me to say now.
Well, I just want to feel that it's okay with you, that you're back of me.
Oh, sure. You can do anything you want to. It'll come out all right, dear.
Yeah, I feel it will. I feel sure it will.
Sure it will.
And you understand that this is taking everything we've got, and I'm going into it with your permission and your knowledge, and I don't want any back talk later on.
Oh, you know I'm not one of those I'll say so.
Yeah. Of course, there's every chance of my making a fortune here. About $25,000, you know.
25? How much?
Well, I told you before.
Well, I didn't hear you. $25,000?
That's right. That's why I feel so good about this thing that Mr. Marsh put me next to.
Why, that's like winning a sweepstake.
A sweepstake? Yes, it's something like
Why, we'll be sitting on Pretty Street, and here I'm asking you if I can buy 4 hats. Why, I can buy 100 hats.
Yes, now, Jane, but
first, I know I'm counting my chickens before they fall asleep, but if we can make $25,000...
Wait a minute, you're running away with yourself. Now, take it easy.
Am I intruding?
What? Oh, Mr. Mars.
Oh, Mr. Mars, hello.
Come in, Mr. Mars.
Thanks. Well, I didn't expect to find you here, Mrs. A.
Well, I just happened to be downtown shopping.
How are you, Mr. Mars? Have a chair.
Thank you. I just popped in to take you to lunch. There's some things I'd like to talk over with you.
There's nothing wrong.
No. To the contrary. Things look very promising.
Well,
excuse me. Can I use this phone, dear? I want to call that girl up and tell her to hold those for me.
Use that phone in the outer office, Jane. Miss Wilson's...
all right. Excuse me, please.
Well, you're looking quite serious this morning, Mrs. Hayes, if I may say so.
All right.
Mrs. Hayes has been shopping. All women look radiant when they're shopping.
Yes, I just bought everything I could find. How's Mrs. Mars?
Oh, fine. She's quite enthusiastic about you, Mrs. Hayes.
Oh, yes. Well, I think she's just awfully sweet. Did she tell you about how she's going to introduce me to all her friends and everything?
Yes, I believe she did. You're going to like that crowd, too. They're all such good sport.
What I was surprised about was the work they're doing.
Work? What work?
That's just what I said, dear. When Mrs. Mars told me, I said, what work? I didn't know they did anything but go to each other's house and play bridge or serve sandwiches and things. But she told me that what they're doing. About the poor people and everything.
People? What?
Yes, Mary's got a hand in charity. A social betterment, she calls it.
Yes, that's what she called
In
it.
fact, her entire crowd has gone in for it.
For what?
Oh, to solve the problems of the poor, you know.
Yes, like the new apartments they're going to build for the poor people. We're going to see to it that they build the right kind on the right place, so the children can have some place to play, and the apartments will cool in the summer, and vice versa.
What is this?
Not like those Old Testament houses they have to live in now. Oh, it's going to be more fun. Well, I just got to get that girl. Excuse me, please.
Certainly. See you before you go?
Yes, I'll be back in just a minute. I just want to make sure she'll hold those hats for me.
Say, what was that you were talking about?
That, Mr. Ace, is the agitation I've been telling you about.
Yes, but my wife, she's not going to be part of the agitation, is she?
Well, what of it? My wife is, too.
Your wife?
Of course. Gives her something to do. Haven't got a chance to win. The city knows these women are agitating against using this piece of property for these apartments. The women think it's on the wrong side of the railroad tracks. They talk of choosing it more in the heart of the city. All that. Don't let that bother you. There's always agitation like this when the city starts a project of this sort.
Yes, but if I'm going to tie up all my...
Oh, you're not going to let what these women do work for you, are you?
But why don't you tell your wife to get the women to lay off? She's a sort of a leader amongst them, isn't she?
What good would that do? Some other group would agitate.
But they can arouse public sentiment, can't they?
Mr. Ace, I've been in politics in this city for some years now. I'm used to public sentiment being roused. It doesn't mean it's changed. I tell you, it's definitely settled that the city will buy this property. And all the arguments and agitation my wife's club will put up won't change it.
I can't get over Jane being in this thing.
Mary felt she could meet her friends through the
Yes, but, well, does Mrs. Marsh know the city is definitely set to buy this lot regardless of what their club will do?
Well, frankly, no. I
What?
don't discuss these things with her any more than you should with Dave. And they don't understand these things. Of course, they might have some argument on their side. It might be better to build on some other site, but it's impractical. I know just what the city can stand without going into debt any more than we have to. This town can't stand any higher price property than this one.
Well, $150,000 isn't exactly chicken.
Yes, but if we're to listen to these women, we'd have to stand twice that for the location they have in mind. Oh, now forget about it. Let them have their fun and don't pay the slightest attention to it.
Yes, I know, but it's going to seem kind of strange of me trying to look at the biggest deal I ever made and my own wife, a member of a woman's club, that's trying to spoil it.
Yes, it is strange, isn't it? But don't let it worry you. Now let's go to lunch. I want to talk details to you. Exactly how you go about getting this property. That's another point. With the women fighting against it, it brings the price down. Makes it look as if the city is not going to build there, see?
Yes, that's something in favor of
Of course it is. As this isn't news to you, I told you there was some agitation against this piece of ground.
Yes, but you didn't say your wife was leading it, and I didn't know that Jane was going to be in on it. So, but I can see your point. I guess it's safer to have this group doing the agitating rather than some other group that we didn't know about.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going, dear. I called her.
Yes, Jane. Go ahead. Mr. Marsh and I have some things to talk over.
Goodbye, Mrs. Hayes. It's nice seeing you again.
Mr. Marsh, say hello to Mrs. Marsh for me, and tell her I just can't wait till I see her again.
I guess she'll be calling you very soon, Mrs. Hayes. She'll be having one of her club meetings to solve the problems of the poor, you know.
Well, a poor excuse is better than none.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Jane is really going in for social work, we can see that. And Mr. Race hopes to put across the biggest deal of his life in spite of Jane's work. We learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Ritz Theater in New York City, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Cheerio. Ladies and gentlemen, if I seem just a bit excited tonight, please forgive me, because Jack and I just got our first glance at a wonderful new recipe book that the General Foods people have been working on for the past year and a half. It's called the Calendar of Desserts. And friends, this Calendar of Desserts is the most attractive, most convenient, most exciting book of recipes ever introduced on the air. In all our 7 years of broadcasting, we've never offered you Jell-O listeners a recipe book of any kind. Frankly, we wanted to wait until we had something really outstanding. And the Calendar of Desserts is it. It's not just a small booklet you'll use maybe 2 or 3 times, but a recipe book designed to be used every single day of the year, with a grand dessert suggestion for every day from January to December, charmingly illustrated and cleverly arranged for rapid reference. Just name the day and presto, this convenient calendar names the dessert. There are 365 different kinds and ideas for desserts, including pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and of course, dozens of delightful Jell-O desserts, too. All of you, I know, will want this swell calendar of desserts, and we've made it easy to get. Simply send your name and address to Jack Benny in care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan, enclosing 10 cents in coin or stamps. Write for your copy of this new handy calendar of desserts tonight if possible, tomorrow sure. That was Cheerio, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this week our program originates from New York City.
Yes, sir.
New York, which was originally purchased from the Indians for $24.
Yep, $24.
So tonight we bring you a man who could have bought it for $23.50, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't mind your kidding me about being tight when we're in Hollywood, but here in New York it doesn't fit. There's a guy living in this town that makes me look like Diamond Jim Brady.
I think I know who you mean.
I think you do. This particular fellow is so money mad that not only is on the air for Texaco every Wednesday night, but he pumps gas the rest of the week. This gentleman...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wouldn't do any gags about Fred Allen if I were you. Remember, he's right here in New York, and you might have trouble with him.
I'm not scared of that windbag. And let me tell you something, Don. I've got a bodyguard with me that's one of the toughest mugs in New York City. His name is Killer Hogan. So don't be afraid to ask me what I told you to this morning. Go ahead, ask me, Don.
Okay. Tell me, Jack, why did Allen say on his last program that you ride around in glass-bottom taxi cabs so you can look for cigar butts? Is that true?
Yes, it is, Don. I do ride around in glass-bottom taxi cabs, and I do look for cigar butts. But I wish I had a nickel for every time I ran over Allen's fingers. That's how our fight started. He claimed Park Avenue was his.
Jack, you must be kidding.
Oh, no, I'm not, Don. Of course, since Allen has been doing well, he carries a Malacca cane with a nail on the end of it. As a matter of fact... Oh, hello, Hogan.
Everything's okay outside, Chief.
Okay.
Everything okay in here, Chief?
Yeah, okay.
I'm on the job, Chief.
Okay. Well, Don, it's sure great to be back on Broadway.
Pardon me, Jack. Was that Killer Hogan?
Yes, he may not look so tough, but he's really a gorilla. But as I was saying, Don, it's sure great to be back on Broadway and broadcasting again from this cozy little theater. The whole staff here is so sentimental and thoughtful.
What do you mean?
Well, when we were here a year ago, I left my derby on the windowsill in my dressing room. When I walked in there this morning, guess what?
It was still there?
Not only that, someone planted a geranium in it. I put it on, and I looked exactly like Carmen Miranda. Tell me, Don, have you had any fun in New York?
Yes, indeed, Jack. The little woman and I have been having a grand time.
Oh, yes, the little woman. By the way, Don, as long as this trip is a sort of a honeymoon for you, I'd like to pay your wife's hotel bill as well as yours.
Oh, now, you don't have to do that, Jack.
Oh, yes, Don, I insist.
Hey, gee, thanks very much. Darn nice of you.
That's all right. By the way, where are you living?
At the Ritz-Carlton.
Yikes! All right, Don, I made a promise, and I'm going through with it. You can live at the Ritz.
Thanks.
Now, here's a handful of nickels. You know where to eat. Oh, you standing in line for change, you know.
Hey, Chief. There's a dame out here. Should I let her in?
A dame?
Yeah, she looks like a gun mob.
Out of my way, dreamboat, or I'll scuttle you.
Mary. Yeah, aren't you the one, though? You know, Mary, you got a bigger reception than I did.
Well, I didn't sell my tickets. I gave them away.
I gave mine away, too. Hogan, what are you standing there for?
She took my blackjack away from me.
Mary, please return Mr. Hogan's blackjack.
Some blackjack. It's got sachet in it.
Never mind. Hand it over.
Okay. Here it is, Hogan.
Ouch! Darn you.
Mary, I won't have you beating up my bodyguard. You can go, Hogan.
Okay, Chief.
Now, Mary, was that nice?
Fine bodyguard.
Oh, he's all right.
Well, with your body, I guess it's okay.
Just leave him alone, that's all.
Okay. Hello, Don. How's the little woman?
Oh, she's just fine, thanks. And you know what, Mary?
What?
Jack is paying all of our expenses at the Ritz-Carlton.
That's great. Jack who?
Jack me, that's who. I'm paying all the expenses for Don and his wife while they're in New York.
Now anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see men walking down the street with geraniums growing out of their derbies.
I can show you one of them, too. So it's no miracle.
By the way, Mary, I saw you last night at the Ed Wynn show. Did you see it, Jack?
Ed Wynn? No, not yet, Don.
Well, don't miss it. He's a scream. I tell you, Jack, my side still aches.
Oh. Ed Wynn, eh?
You should have been there. You know, Jack, Don left
That's
Florida.
Don. He's been with us for 7 years. Remember, Dan was the fellow we had 9 years ago. You remember? Huh?
You know, Jack.
What?
John laughs louder at Ed Wynn than he does at you.
Oh, he does, eh?
What else did you see, Mary?
Oh, I saw a lot of swell shows. I've been going every night.
Ed Wynn, eh?
I saw George Washington slept here and Panama Hattie and...
Just a minute, Mary. Listen, Wilson, what's so funny about Ed Wynn?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I think he's one of the best comedians I've ever seen.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do.
Well, that did it.
Dig, Wilson. There goes your wife's hotel bill.
The nickels he can keep. What a traitor.
Say, Chief,
What?
there's a young fellow out in the hall who claims he's a tenor. Should I give him the old one, too?
No, let him in.
Okay, come in, you.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
You can go now, killer. Dennis, give Mr. Hogan his blackjack. I said give it to him.
Here you are. Oh, keep it. Somebody else will take it anyway.
You let him alone, Dennis.
Who is he, Mr. Benny?
My bodyguard. I got him in case Fred Allen tries to have me slugged around here, you know.
Well, you don't have to worry about anyone annoying you at the hotel, Mr. Benny. You're at the Sherry Netherlands, aren't you?
Yes, Dennis, why?
Well, my uncle is the house detective there.
Oh, is that so? What's his name?
Tiptoes McNulty.
Oh, yes, I met him. And by the way, I wish you'd speak to him, Dennis. He threw an aunt of mine out of my room yesterday. It was very embarrassing.
I'll mention it to him.
Thanks. Well, Dennis, as long as Phil isn't here yet for his band number, how about doing your song?
Okay.
I wonder where he is anyway. Say, Mary, did you call Phil at his hotel like I told you to?
Yes, and before I could tell him who I was, he made a date with me.
Oh, well, he'll probably be along pretty soon. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's have your number.
Okay.
Now what? Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes?
it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to our...
Thanks, Hogan. Drag him out.
Okay, Chief, I knew I'd get rolling.
I had faith in you, Hogan. Believe me.
Once before I fell in love so blindly, never asking how or why or when. Darling, I was treated so unkindly, I resolved I'd never fall again. There I go, pleading with my heart again. There I go, acting not so smart again. Though it's unwise, I can't disguise my love. Oh, I know too much love may curb the fire. There I go, led astray by my desire. There's no golden rule to guide a fool in love. I tell my heart, be careful, or you'll find that you dream alone. I'm wise, it's true, what good does it do? My heart has a mind of its own, dear, and there I go, filling all the dreams I knew. There I go, thrillingly in love with you. Don't know if you care, darling. There I go.
There I Go, sung by Dennis Day, and very good. By the way, Dennis, you remember before we left Hollywood, I promised your mother I'd keep an eye on you and see that you behaved yourself.
Who, me?
Yes, you. I don't want to stop you from having a good time here in New York, but I don't like the idea of your going to burlesque shows and then waiting at the stage entrance for the girls. That isn't nice.
Well, you do it.
Now, Dennis, after all, I'm a little older than you are.
A little, he says.
I mean, I'm an adult. In the first place, I was waiting at the stage door for my aunt, Bumps Benny, the dub dancer. And in the second place, Dennis...
Hiya, Jackson. Look what I found out in the hall.
Phil, put Hogan down.
Okay, well, here I am, folks. Come on, patty cake.
You had to ask for it, didn't you? All right, Killer, you can go.
Should I give him the old 1-2, Chief?
No, just get out.
Okay, I'm on the job, Chief.
Say, who is that guy?
Never mind him, Phil. What's the idea of showing up so late?
Well, you know how it is, Jackson. I only get to the big town once a year. I got a lot of things to do, a lot of things to see.
Uh-huh.
Now, take this afternoon, for instance. I went to Staten Island.
You went to Staten Island? How did that happen?
I followed a blonde into a hotel that turned out to be a ferry boat.
Oh, so you went to Staten Island, eh, Phil?
Yeah, I took a trip all around the harbor. You ought to do that sometime, Jackson. It's very educating.
Oh, Oh, it must be. Huh?
Yeah, I've seen the Battery and the Skyline, and I've seen the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, you seen them?
Yeah. And then when I got back, I seen Alice Island.
You mean Ellis Island?
No, Alice. She lives on 46th Street.
Oh, Alice Island. Oh, yes, yeah. Remember, Mary, that's the girl we saw Phil with the other night.
She looks like Ellis Island.
Well, we're right back in the harbor again. Anyway, Phil, it's nice to do a little sightseeing while we're in New York.
Oh, boy, Fifth Avenue on a windy day.
Now, cut that out. What a guy.
Say, Phil, don't forget you promised to take me to see Life with Father next week.
It's a date, Mary.
Wait a minute, Mary. I took you to see Life of Father the last time we were in New York.
Yeah, but look where we sat. Way, way up in the balcony.
Oh, we weren't up so high.
Go on. A St. Bernard dog brought us our program.
Now, don't be silly. We couldn't have been so far up. I saw the whole show.
Sure, but when the curtain went down in the first act, you said, look, somebody dropped their handkerchief.
All right, I'm a comedian. I'm supposed to say funny things once in a while.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, fine.
There's a man outside that says he's a doctor.
A doctor?
Yes. Should I give him the old 1-2?
No, where is he?
Jack, look, it's that quack you had in Hollywood.
From Holly. Oh, my goodness.
Well, how's my little man this chilly willy day?
Now, Dr. Leroy, what are you doing in New York?
You're the only patient I've got, and you're not going to get away from me.
But, Doctor, I'm cured. I told you my cold is gone.
Well, if you can't catch one here, I'm ashamed of you.
Look, Doc, there's nothing wrong with me. I feel wonderful.
Now, open your coat. I want to tap your chest.
Oh, what's the use?
Now, hold still.
You see, there's nothing wrong.
Now, let's try over here.
Well, there goes my watch. Now, Doc, will you please leave me alone?
Now, just a minute. I want to see if your lungs are all right. Take a deep breath.
Oh.
Come on now. Take a real deep breath.
Oh, all right.
Now, hold it.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is holding his breath, why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O? It is not only tempting, but economical and easy to make. Jell-O comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So always look for the big red letters on the box. I thank you.
Well, good night, Mr. Benny. I'll see you tomorrow, and you can exhale.
I'm exhaling right now. For heaven's sake, how long do you think I can hold my breath?
Look at his face, Doc. It's all blue.
Don't worry. It'll go back to gray in just a minute. Goodbye.
Imagine that guy coming all the way from Los Angeles just to break your watch.
Well, it's all Rochester's fault. I told him before we left Hollywood to call up the doctor, tell him I don't need him anymore.
Hey, Jackson, where is Rochester?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since our first day in town. We got off the train. He came to the hotel with me, unpacked my trunk, pressed my new brown suit, put it on, and that's the last I saw of him. Now, Phil, play a number while I cool off a little, will you?
Okay, but listen, Jackson, this isn't my regular band, so don't expect too much.
Phil, believe me, if they hit just one good note during the entire number, you have not made this trip in vain. Now, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes? Thanks, Hogan. Drag him out again. Oh, so you're the one played by Phil Harris and his New York Orchestra. Say, where'd you get this aggregation, Phil?
Well, I borrowed a few of the boys from Tommy Dorsey, and then I got a couple from Joe Reichman.
I see.
And I got the brass section from Abe Lyman.
I thought so. I can smell the pastrami from here. No kidding. I never saw a guy in Lyman's band order anything that didn't have a dill pickle laying alongside of it. Say, Phil, I noticed during your last number, one of your musicians wasn't playing at all. He just sat there with the instrument on his lap.
I got him from Stokowski. He wouldn't play with us for $1 million.
Oh, well, I can see his side of it. Say, Mary, do me a favor, will you?
What do you want?
Get my little book out of my overcoat. I've got some phone numbers there where I might be able to reach Rochester.
Okay.
I'll find out once and for all whether he's California's ambassador to Harlem or working for me.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, brother. What is it, Hogan?
There's a guy out here who says he's the mayor.
The mayor?
Yes, he don't look like LaGuardia to me.
He don't, eh?
Hello, Jack. Can I see you for a minute?
What? Why, it's the mayor of Waukegan, Bidey Talcott. Come on in, Bidey. Well, this certainly is a surprise. I'm glad to see you, Bidey. Listen, Hogan, this gentleman is the mayor of my hometown.
Oh, but I'm glad I didn't give him the old 1-2.
What do you mean with that old 1-2?
1-2, button my shoe, 3-4, shut.
Get out of here, will you? Holy smoke.
My goodness, Jack, who was that fellow?
Well, it's like this, Bidey. Fred Allen's got a bunch of thugs out, looking for... I had to hire a bodyguard. Say, Bidey, you know the gang, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Phil. Don?
Glad to see you, Mayor Talcott.
Hiya, buddy. What's cooking?
Phil, please.
Well, there's Kenny Bakey. Hello, Kenny.
Bakey?
Kenner Bakey.
Hello. Dennis, wake up. You're not Kenny Baker.
What's the difference? A tenor's a tenor.
Well, I've had trouble with all of them, if that's what you mean. Tell me, Bidey, how's the old gang in Waukegan? How's Julius Finnegan and Stub Wilbur?
Oh, they're around. The last time I saw Stub, he was on the floor of his garage.
Oh, fixing a car, eh?
Nope, just laying there.
Good old Stub.
Here's your little red book, Jack.
Thanks. Oh, Mary, you remember Bidey Talcott, the mayor of Waukegan, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Bidey. What's that under your nose?
It's a mustache. He's always had it. Say, Bidey, I meant to ask you, isn't that your gavel sticking out of your coat pocket there?
Yeah.
What do you need that for? You're in New York.
I brought some walnuts with me.
I see.
Goody. After the show, we'll have a party.
Now, cut that out. Excuse me a minute, Bidey. Say, Mary, I've got to get in touch with Rochester. Call up this first number in my little book. He may be there.
Okay.
Well, Bidey, I can't get over your being in New York. What's the big idea?
I came to see you about the premiere of your picture, Jack. We're all set for you in Waukegan.
In Waukegan? Why, Bidey, didn't you know the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor is being held right here in New York Tuesday night?
Well, I'll be doggone.
Jack, that number is ringing.
Give me the phone. Excuse me, Bidey. Hello? Hello?
Hello. This is the Harlem Social, Benevolent, and Spare Ribs Every Thursday Club.
Oh, can you tell me if Rochester's there?
Come again?
Rochester Van Jones. He works for me, and I want to talk to him.
Are you Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, oh, is he there or not?
Well, he was here, Mr. Benny, but as soon as he won, he left.
Oh, I see. Was he shooting craps?
He must have been. We ain't much on backgammon up here.
Oh. Well, where do you think I can get in touch with Rochester?
You might call Monument 81700. That's his girlfriend.
All right, thank you. Mary, try Monument 81700.
Okay, Chief.
Oh, Bidey.
Yes, Jack?
I'm surprised you didn't know about the premiere being held in New York.
Well, can't you switch it to Waukegan?
Not very well. You see, it's all set for the Paramount Theater here Tuesday night.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Look, Bidey, there was nothing I could
Here
do.
you are, Jack.
Give me that phone. Excuse me, Bidey. Hello?
Susan Brown, the sweetest gal in town, talking.
Well, Miss Brown, this is Jack Benny.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester. Is he there?
He was here.
Oh. Well, do you think he'll come back?
In all modesty, I can guarantee that.
Well, Miss Brown, when he returns, will you please have him call my hotel? And also tell him he's not getting any salary this week.
That ain't gonna worry him much. He got a pair of dice that must have gone to Harvard.
Oh, he has. Well, Miss Brown, where do you think I could reach him right now?
Well, he left a number here. Lehigh 25863.
Lehigh 25863. Is that another girl?
If it is, you better start looking for a new butler.
Well, I'll call it anyway. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Doggone, that boy's always in trouble.
Say, Mary.
What?
Rochester won a lot of money in a crap game last night.
Well, figure it out some way to get it yourself. I'm busy.
That's not why I mentioned it. Dial Lehigh 25863 and we'll see if we can get Rochester there.
Okay.
You know, Bitey, I'm awfully sorry about the premiere, but didn't you get my letter?
Sure, but I want the opening in Waukegan.
So do I, Bitey, but it can't be done.
Well, why not?
Look, Bitey, if I told you once, I told you 5 times. The premiere's in New York. There's nothing I can do about it.
Here you are, Jack.
Give me the phone. Excuse me, Bitey. Hello?
Hello, Lennox Avenue Gin to your spin club.
Now, look, Mr.
Radcliffe Spears Jr. talking.
Now, look, Radcliffe, I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester Van Jones.
Uh-oh.
This is Jack Benny.
You heard me, didn't you?
Now, listen, what about Rochester? Is he there?
He was, yeah, but he made his point and left.
I know. I understand he's been very lucky.
Lucky, he says.
Now, Radcliffe, please tell me, where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Here's Sylvester. Where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Hey, Pancake, where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Hey!
Never mind, let it go. I'll find him myself. Now, look, Bitey, I did everything I could to have the premiere held in Waukegan. I went to Paramount. Personally, I argued about it. But they insisted that it must be in New York. So you see, Bitey, if there was anything I could possibly do, I'd be only too glad to do it. This is the last number of the 11th program in the current Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night, still broadcasting from New York City. Say, Bitey, as long as you're in town, how about sticking around till Tuesday and see the opening of our picture?
Okay. Of course, I'll have to call up the little woman.
Now you're talking. Good night, folks.
The Jello program, coming to you from the Ritz Theater in New York City, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Tookie. You know, friends, a lovely shimmering mold of Jello on the table has a wonderful way of lending luster to a meal, just as Christmas trees and candles, tinsel and holly lend their own special gaiety to this merriest of merry seasons. Even the simplest family dinner takes on extra charm and attractiveness when the high point of the meal is a grand Jello dessert. How inviting its shining colors look and how intriguing its rich, tempting flavor tastes. No other dessert can add more to the spirit and pleasure of any occasion, because no other dessert can outrival Jello's glistening beauty and refreshing goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, decide now to add a new note of festive delight to your meals during the holiday season. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for Jell-O and any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. By the way, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O both have a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a rich, distinctive goodness rivaled only by the juicy, ripe fruit itself. A unique flavor that cannot be duplicated in any other way. Try a grand treat made with genuine Jell-O, and you'll realize right away why Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert. Was Tookie, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there being just 2 more shopping days till Christmas, we bring you that fugitive from Gimbel's basement, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, speaking of Gimbel's basement, I never saw so many women shopping in my life. I got shoved around like a blinza in Lindy's. Boy, what a mob.
Pretty hectic, huh?
Hectic. You know, Don, I can understand my derby getting caved in, my muffler torn, and the sleeve of my coat ripped off. But how I lost my pivot tooth, I'll never know. That was really an experience.
Oh, I can just imagine what you must have gone through.
You know, a funny thing about women, Don, all year long they're so helpless. You have to open the door for them. They can't light their own cigarettes. They cling to your arm as you walk down the street. They're as delicate as butterflies. And then, about 2 weeks before Christmas, a mad glint comes into their eyes. And with an umbrella for gouging and a handbag for slugging, off they go. Come on, girls, let's mangle the mail. That's their battle cry.
Well, Jack, women are a little excitable when they're shopping around Christmas time, but I don't think they're as tough as you say.
Oh, you don't, eh? Don, I was in Macy's yesterday afternoon, and a little gray-haired lady, couldn't have been over 5 feet tall, put down her cane and yanked a washing machine right out of my arm. I tried to get it back, and she kicked my hat off. Imagine.
My goodness, Jack, you don't mean to say that a little old lady took a big washing machine away from you.
Don, I wouldn't have minded that so much, but it was a demonstrator. I'll probably never get my laundry back. That is my own fault, I guess, for waiting so long to shop. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Doll.
Doll? Well, look who's so affectionate around Christmas. You're certainly giving out with that soft soap.
Oh, no, I'm not, Jack.
You're not, eh? Then why did you call me Doll?
Because your hair is glued on.
All right, young lady, that did it. There goes that mink coat I was going to buy you for a present.
You were going to buy me a mink coat?
Yes, I were. Or was. I was going to buy you a mink coat.
I bet it were or was from Rabbit.
Oh, no, it wasn't. You've lost a very beautiful gift. And you know the kind I hand out.
Go on, you wouldn't buy Hedy Lamarr a Coca-Cola.
For Christmas? What are you talking about? Let me tell you something, Mary. A girl like Hedy Lamarr could make a playboy out of me. I'd buy her quarts of bubbling champagne.
You'd buy cider and put an Alka-Seltzer in it.
All right, keep it up, keep it up. There goes Don's Christmas present, too.
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. I didn't say anything.
Oh, pardon me. I got a little mixed up there.
Watch out, Don. He's laying for you.
No, I wouldn't forget about Don's present, not after the way he laughed at the premiere last Tuesday night. How'd you like the picture, Don?
Oh, I really enjoyed it, Jack. I got a big kick out of it.
I laughed like anything.
Sorry, Mary. The mink coat is over the dam. Anyway, Don, now that you've seen Love Thy Neighbor, what do you think of Fred Allen in it?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack...
I mean, don't you feel that I get much bigger laughs than he does?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I think you're very good in the picture, and so is Allen. The honors are equally distributed.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Mary. Then, Don, in your fat-headed opinion, you think Allen goes over as good as I do?
Exactly. You both have a lot to do in the picture, you both photograph well, and you both get big laughs.
Well, we both don't pay your salary, so start leaning my way. Imagine saying we photograph equally well.
That's ridiculous. Jack looked much better than Alan.
Why, certainly.
And Alan you can have.
Mary, one more crack out of you, and you'll be saying, oh, my goodness, I left my baby in the automat for Olson and Johnson. Remember that. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, old pal, you got nothing to worry about. I got your Christmas present bought, packed, and ready to hand over.
Oh, so you've been shopping too, eh, Phil?
You said it. All day yesterday. One store after another.
Well, did the women kick you around much?
Yeah, but I got it coming to me.
You said it. You know, Phil, I've been so busy, I haven't had a chance to buy your present yet. What did you get for me?
I ain't saying. You'll have to wait till Christmas.
Oh, come on, Phil, tell me.
All right, Jackson, I'll tell you what I bought you. Remember that camel's hair overcoat we saw in the window on 5th Avenue? The one you were so nuts about?
Yeah?
Well, I got you a box of nuts.
Oh, well, Phil, unless you're kidding, when Mary is in the audience stooging for Olson and Johnson, you'll be in the lobby trying to get out of a straitjacket. Catch on?
The way I've been going the last few nights, a straitjacket wouldn't be bad.
He's not fooling, folks. You know, Phil lives on the 18th floor of the St. Moritz Hotel, and he never uses the elevator. He just goes in and out the window. Now, Phil...
Yeah?
It's about a little quicker on the yeah. You know, when I say now, Phil, you come right back, yeah. There's no laugh when I say now, Phil, you know. Yeah. It's about time for a band number, so let's have it. What are you going to play?
I don't know. This bunch don't speak English.
Oh, fine. Well, don't worry about it, Phil. Just pick up your baton and follow him. Go ahead, kid. That was Jingle Bells, played by Phil Harris and his Central Park Troubadours. Troubadours meaning they are traveling musicians, and Central Park meaning they ought to get a room tonight. That joke went over better the first show. It shows you we should change for the night show. What a gang you picked up here, Phil, huh?
Well, music is just a sideline with these boys.
I know. And I wish you'd tell the drummer to stop pestering me. I've got all the potato peelers I need. Those guys sell everything from razor blades to mink coats.
Ho-ho!
What are you all hoeing about? Fink, the fiddle player, has wonderful mink. I saw him.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Boy, am I a wreck. Women, nothing but women.
Oh, have you been shopping, too?
No, I just came from Roseland.
Oh. Oh, 10 cents a dance, eh?
Yeah, I cleaned up.
Say, Dennis, I hear that you and Kenny Baker have been stepping out and seeing the town together. Is that right?
Yeah, and you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
The other night I made him pay for everything. I took him for $2.45.
You did? Well, now, Dennis, that's not very nice. If Kenny is kind enough to show you a good time, the least you can do is go 50-50. Or better still, pay all the expenses yourself. It's all right to save money, Dennis, but there's nothing like being a good sport. What's that for, Miss Livingston?
Everybody else knows.
That's so. You see, Dennis, there's only one way to be popular. When you're out with a fella and he reaches for the check, you take it first. And if he should pick it up, you grab it right out of his hand. Grab it.
I can't stand this.
Mary, come back here.
Okay.
What's the matter with you? Dennis is just a kid, and while he's still young, he's got to be taught how to conduct himself in public and not be a cheapskate.
I don't understand you, Mr. Benny.
Oh, you don't? I don't understand you, Mr. Benny. I don't understand. Well, look, Dennis, I'll explain it to you. Dennis, we'll go out for a bite to eat after the broadcast, and I'll show you what I mean. I'll pick up the check, and you take it away from me. See? Then I'll take it away from you, and then you take it away from me.
Then what?
That's all, Bub.
Mary, I warned you. Cut it out, kid.
Hey, Jackson.
Yes, Phil?
My band number's over, and I still got a lot of Christmas shopping to do. Do you mind if I run along?
Why, no, Phil. In fact, I think I'll go with you. There are a lot of things I got to get myself. Don, you can take charge of the rest of the program, can't you?
Oh, sure. Don't worry about it, Jack.
Come on with us, Mary. I want you to help me pick out a few things.
Okay, but don't embarrass me.
I won't. You know, there's a swell store near my hotel, the Sherry Netherlands, where I can buy almost... Wait a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Oh, Miss Livingston, this is Rochester.
Oh, boy, are you going to get us? Jack, it's Rochester.
Rochester? Give me that phone. I'll find out right now where he's been for the past 2 weeks. Hello?
Oh, boss, what happened to you? Where you been?
Where have I been? I've been on the phone for the last 10 days trying to reach you. I call every hotspot in Harlem that's got a telephone.
That's the hot ones you can't hear ring.
Rochester, I don't want any flippancies. I want the truth. Now, we arrived in New York a week ago Thursday.
The 12th, they tell me.
Yes, the 12th. It is now December 22nd, just 3 days before Christmas.
Happy Yuletide, boys.
Never mind that. What I want to know is what became of the time between December 12th when we got here and December 22nd, which is today.
Well,
on
Friday the 13th, I was right up to the door of your hotel, ready to go to work.
Uh-huh.
And just as I was about to enter, a black cat ran across my path.
I see. Well, couldn't you walk around the cat?
I did, and wound up at 125th Street.
Oh, well, so much for Friday. Now, what happened on Saturday and Sunday?
Our weekend ended up to Harlem.
Up a Hudson, that
Up
is.
the Hudson.
Take it again. Huh? How did I know when he's on the other side of the telephone? Well, we'll get to Monday. I must be psychic. Then we'll get to Monday. After your weekend, Rochester, why didn't you call me at my hotel?
I was so full of sherry, I couldn't think of Netherlands.
Now, don't give me that. Look, Rochester, I haven't any more time to argue with you. Where are you calling from?
What's that, boss?
I said, where are you right now?
Just a minute. What's the address here, sugar?
31 Lenox Avenue, honey.
31 Lenox Avenue, honey.
Rochester, who are you talking to?
Susan Brown, the sweetest gal in town.
Oh, yeah, I spoke to her last week and left a message for you. Did you get it?
Just a minute. Honey, did you give me a message from Mr. Benny?
Why, Rochester, you knows I did.
She forgot to give it to me, boy.
Oh, she forgot to give it to you, eh?
Yeah, she's as dizzy as a blonde, but it can't happen here.
I see. Now, Rochester, I want you to go over to my hotel right away. That made up for the one you muffed. I want you to go over to my hotel right away. There's a lot of work to do, and it's got to be done before tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Now, how soon can you get over there?
Just a minute, boss. Say, Sugar, I don't think I'll be able to take you to the Savoy Ballroom tonight.
Oh, that's all right, honey. I'll get somebody else.
You better not get somebody else.
I ain't going up there alone, Rochester. I want somebody to snuggle up to.
You get somebody to snuggle up to, and it'll be your last snug.
Rochester.
And I do mean last.
You threaten me, Shorty, and I'll cut them $9 out of your hip pocket.
Rochester, answer me. I want you to come right over to my hotel.
Leaving right away, boss. So long.
Goodbye.
Now, listen, Sugar, don't make any date. I'll run over to see Mr. Benny, put on the old personality, and be back here in a half hour.
Rochester, you forgot to hang up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boy.
I heard your conversation.
Don't you believe it?
Get over here. Goodbye. I have the same trouble with that guy every time I come to New York. Come on, Mary, let's go shopping while I'm mad.
Yeah, that'll hold you down.
Let's go, Phil.
Right with you, Jackson. All right, Dennis, let's have your song.
Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 born is the King of Israel. Away in a manger, no crib for his bed. Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the heavens looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to
Boy, what a crowd. Stick close to me, Phil. You too, Mary. I don't want you to get lost.
Okay, Papa.
Are you going to take us to see Santa Claus, Daddy?
Pipe down, both of you. Gotta have some system here. Now, let's see my Christmas list. I gotta buy a compact or something for my Aunt Molly. A lawnmower for Dennis. A Mickey for my writer. Let's see. A deck of cards for Simney. Let's see. What else here?
Gee, look at that crowd of women at the bargain counter.
Where? Oh, boy, what a mob.
See you later, Jackson. I'm going over and mingle.
See you later. Gosh, I wish I knew what to get for Aunt Molly. Mary, I wonder if she could use a lipstick.
And she got lips?
What do you think? She got lips. Here's a counter.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like a lipstick, please.
Oh, come now.
Look, it's not for me. I'm buying it for my Aunt Molly.
I see. A lipstick for your Aunt Molly.
That's who it's for. She lives in Chicago on LaSalle Street.
What number?
I don't know the number.
Oh, you don't know the number, and yet you want to send a lipstick to your Aunt Molly.
I'm not going to send it. I'm going to take it to her. I'm going to stop off in Chicago on my way to California.
Oh, I suppose you're the only one that ever went to California.
What are you talking about? I live in California. I got a home there.
Well, I've got a home here, but I don't brag about it.
I wasn't bragging. Now, look, mister, all I want is a lipstick. Am I going to get it or not?
Sorry, I've decided against you. Next case, please.
This guy isn't screwy, then I don't know what. More trouble over a lipstick. Mary, I ought to go over to the grocery department and get Don a case of Jell-O. He'll love it for Christmas.
Well, why don't you get 2 cases so you can fill a stocking?
I'll get all the 6 flavors. That'll do it. And, Mary, while we're in the store, I think I'll buy a collar button. I need one.
Yeah, your Adam's apple ain't practical.
It's just an emergency. I lost a button. There's the men's department over there.
Pardon me, could you tell me where I can buy an evening gown so I should look like Lena Turner?
Miss, that's Lana Turner.
Lena, I'll never make it.
Well, I'm sorry, miss. I'm Jack Benny. I'm not a floor walker.
I saw your picture. Get ready.
Wow. She looks like Babe Marks. Come on, Mary, let's get that collar button. I haven't got much time.
You'd have plenty of time if you stopped flirting with that girl.
Who was flirting? She thought I was a floor walker, didn't she?
Well, you didn't have to roll your big blue eyes at her.
Mary, just because my eyes happen to be large and devil-may-care-ish, don't have to accuse me of flirting. Here we are.
Good evening, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like to buy a collar button.
A collar button? Yes, sir. Now, here's a nice one for $85.
$85 for a collar button?
Yes, that includes dress shirt, tie, socks, patent leather shoes, and a double-breasted tuxedo.
Well, that's a good buy, all right, but all I want is a collar button.
Sorry, we never break up a set.
Well, now, that's ridiculous. You know, mister, I've shopped in every city in the United States, but I've never been in a store like this. I tried to buy some lipstick a few minutes ago.
Lipstick? Oh, come now.
It sounds silly, but I had a good reason. And the salesman at that counter insulted me.
Oh, Jack, look.
What is it?
Look who's over there at that counter.
Where?
Right there. Isn't that Kenny Baker buying a camera?
Well, sure enough, it is Kenny. Let's go over and say hello.
Gee, miss, this camera looks swell. I think I'll take it. How much is it?
$3.
$3? Gee, Dennis would like it all right, but haven't you got something for 55 cents?
Why, yes, but I thought you wanted to spend $3.
I do, but he's already hooked me for $2.45.
Oh, Kenny.
Hello, Kenny.
Huh? Oh, well, I'll be doggone. Hello, Jack. How are you, Mary? Gee, I'm glad to see you.
Gosh, Kenny, I haven't seen you in a long time. Gee, you're getting to be a big boy now.
I sure am. You want a cigar, Jack?
Oh, my goodness. Look, Mary, he's got a whole pocket full of cigars.
Yeah, I had them left over from Wilkie.
Oh, fine. Same old Kelly.
How about a little kiss, Mary?
Okay.
Big boy, all right. Cigars and everything, huh? All right, kids, break it up. Come on.
Wow, he has grown up.
Say, that was a real kiss, huh?
Personally, I'm a wreck.
Well, pull yourself together. Come on with us, Kenny. You can buy your camera later. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
I'll see you later. I gotta buy some hose.
All right. So long, Mary. Say, Kenny, how do you like your new job? See, that Fred Allen is pretty tough to work for, isn't he?
No, he's swell. We get along great together.
Oh.
And you know what, Jack? Mr. Allen pays me every week.
Does, eh?
Yep.
Pays you every week. Huh?
Yeah, none of that see me later kid stuff.
Well, you must have a pretty short memory, Kenny. I used to have that envelope for you every week, too.
Yeah, but with Mr. Allen, I don't have to play treasure hunt.
Oh, well, good, clean sport. Never hurt anybody. Say, Kenny.
Yes, please?
Oh, fine. Say, Kenny, I just happened to think of something. Remember the time you first came to work for me and I invited you over to the house for a Thanksgiving party?
Yeah.
I'll never forget how bashful you were. You remember I asked you if you wanted to have some more turkey?
Yeah, and I was so darn nervous I said yes.
Oh, that turkey wasn't so bad.
Have you got much left?
Same old Kenny. God, I'll never forget the time. Kenny, remember when it was Halloween and I didn't know you were in the backyard?
Yeah.
All of a sudden I heard a noise at the window, and there you were. Wasn't that fun? Oh, it sure was.
Thanksgiving and Christmas are 2 days out of the year when it's fairly easy to decide on a dessert. Because you can figure that most families will be looking ahead to mince pie, pumpkin pie, or plum pudding. But during the rest of the 365 days of the year, choosing a dessert is always a problem. And that's where General Foods' new calendar of desserts comes to your rescue. This handsome recipe book gives you a different dessert inspiration for every day in the year. Between its bright, attractive covers, you'll find 365 suggestions for all kinds of delicious treats, profusely illustrated with beautiful color photographs. There's page after page crammed with mouth-watering pictures and descriptions of clever dessert dishes, pastries, puddings, cakes, and cookies, not to mention lots and lots of grand Jell-O desserts. A flip of the page brings you a new and tempting dessert idea every day, and it's easy to get, too. Just mail 10 cents in coin or stamps to Jack Benny, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan, and a copy of the calendar of desserts will be forwarded to you at once. Send for yours today.
Merry Christmas. See you Wednesday, Miss Benny.
How often do you lie awake at night, ladies and gentlemen, listening to the ticking of the clock grow louder and louder and louder? And how often would you avoid that wakefulness if you drank Sanka coffee instead of ordinary coffee? Sanka coffee permits sleep because it is 97% caffeine-free. And Sanka is real coffee at its delicious best. Start drinking Sanka coffee tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Since the time RCA Victor first began serving the American public, it has become recognized as world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. RCA Victor first brought you the super heterodyne sets, radio as we know it today. RCA Victor developed the 45 RPM system of recorded music. And RCA Victor was first with mass-produced television for American families. The knowledge and technical know-how gained through such pioneering is your assurance of RCA Victor's quality. When you select any product bearing the name RCA Victor, you get the finest instrument your money can buy at prices that fit neatly into your buying budget. Let's take television, for example. RCA Victor and only RCA Victor brings you super sets with picture power. These RCA Victor super sets give you clearest reception possible, even in fringe areas. There's virtually no interference. See this new RCA Victor television with picture power in big 17-inch television models. You get a choice of beautiful cabinet styles. Yes, on every count, RCA Victor is the finest name in television. The one, the only name to remember when you buy your television set. So keep this in mind when you choose television, radios, phonographs, or records. Look for the name, RCA Victor, the cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. Last night, the Harrises had a costume party at their home. The guests came dressed as their favorite historical or fictional characters. Everyone had a good time, especially Frankie. The party broke up quite late, and Phil asked Frankie to spend the night. As we look in, we find Phil and Alice at breakfast.
Phil, why did you ask Frankie to stay all night?
Well, honey, the party broke up late and Remley was too tired to drive. I say tired.
Well, he acted disgracefully last night, and he looked ridiculous in that costume. The plumed hat, knee breeches, and a sword. What was he supposed to represent?
His favorite historical character.
Who?
Lord Calvert.
Lord Calvert in history.
Well, you just don't read. Gee whiz, he was the hero of that famous book by Alexander Dumas, the one about the winos.
About what winos?
The 3 Muscatels.
Well, I certainly was ashamed of Frankie. He ate like a pig. I doubt if he'll be able to move for a week.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't you worry about Remley. I guarantee that when he comes down to breakfast, he'll be fresh as a daisy. Why, he never overdoes anything. Uh-oh, here he is now. Good morning, Frankie.
Curly, where do you keep your stomach pump? Ooh, those pains.
Wait a minute.
I'll never eat another drop of food again.
Frankie, it served you right for overdoing it last night. Oh, I never saw anybody stuff themselves the way you did. You ought to be ashamed
Never
of
mind the
yourself.
lecture. What you got for breakfast? I'm starved.
Now, Frankie, you're not going to sit at the table looking like that.
What's the matter with the way I look?
You're wearing an old torn bathrobe of Phil's. Your hair isn't combed, you need a shave, and your eyes look like 2 eggs with the yolks broken.
That's a fine thing. I'm a guest in her house, and she insults me. Every time I eat here, I get insulted. I can eat in restaurants, you know. I don't have to come here.
Then why do you keep coming?
I'm a moocher. Now, if you want me to change, I'll do it, but it seems silly to get cleaned up before a meal.
Well, what's silly about it?
I'm a sloppy eater. I'll only get dirty again.
Ramble. Now, when you go upstairs and change, Alice is right. You look horrible, and you're not going to sit... And look, while you're up, see who's at the door.
Yeah, all right. Yes?
I brought the groceries and...
What's the matter with you?
Tell me who done it to you, Mr. Harrison. We'll sue him for $1 million. They certainly made a mess out of you.
I'm not Mr. Harris. I'm Mr. Remley.
Oh. You're looking good, Mr. Remley.
All right, beat it. I'll take the groceries then.
Get your clammy mitts off of them link sausages. I ain't leaving no groceries until I get the money.
Oh, that. Just charge it to my account.
What was that last stupid remark? You ain't got no account and you know it. I want $8.60.
All right, if you want to be petty about it, I'll pay you now. How do you want it? You can have either an IOU, a promissory note, or my personal check.
Now, there's a nice assortment of absolutely nothing. I want it in cash.
I don't have the cash. But would you accept the traveler's check?
Yeah, traveler's checks are all right. Let's have it.
There you are.
Thanks. Wait a minute. What kind of traveler's check is this?
What's the matter with it?
It's on the Moscow Express Company. This thing ain't no good.
Of course it's good. Look, signed by the president of the company, Ivan Ironcurtain.
I think I heard enough. I ain't leaving this stuff here till somebody pays me
Hey,
back.
Remley, who was that at the door?
Oh, here comes another deadbeat.
It's about time you brought them groceries, kid. Here, I'll take them.
I ain't leaving them till I get paid.
I'll pay you.
With what?
With money. M-U-N-Y. Money. With what? Here's a $10 bill.
Oh, it's about time I got... Oh, how hokey can you get? A Confederate bill. This ain't no good. What am I going to do with it?
Save it, son. The South will rise again.
Until they do, you ain't eating. Give me back them groceries.
Oh, hello, Julius. What's the trouble?
I brought some groceries and I can't get paid for them.
Oh, here, I'll pay you.
At last, real money. Oh, while I'm here, Miss Faye, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Yeah?
Something that's for your ears alone.
Well, you want us to leave, kid?
No, you can stay, Mr. Harris. I just spell things out and you won't know what I'm talking about.
What's on your mind, Julius?
Well, I want your advice, Miss Faye. You see, I have a GIRL, and I want to get MARRIED. You think I'm too young?
No, I think you're old enough to change your skates for a bicycle.
Julius, are you serious?
Certainly. I'm in love, and I want to get married.
Quit kidding. What would want to marry you?
A girl. She's madly in love with me. She thinks I'm the handsomest man she's ever seen. What do you think I ought to do?
Marry her before she finds her glasses and changes her mind.
She don't need glasses. I'd marry her in a minute, but where can we go? I can't take her home and live with my folks.
Then take her back to Mars and live with her folks.
Phil, stop making fun of the boy. Now, Julius, you're awfully young to get married. How long have you known this girl?
Almost a whole week.
You've only known her a week and you want to get married?
Oh, the impetuosity of youth. Julius, my boy, marriage is a sacred trust, and before plunging into it, a man must know all about the woman he's going to marry. What do you know about the girl? Has she got a sterling character?
I don't know.
Has she got a good family background?
I never asked her.
Has she got money?
$2 million.
Has she got a sister?
Julius, I'm beginning to see this now. Look, kid, would you be so anxious to marry this girl if she didn't have money? Suppose she lost all her dough.
What are you trying to do? Louse up a beautiful romance?
But, kid, listen to me. You can't marry a girl just because she has money and have her support you the rest of your life. What would you do about your self-respect?
I don't know. What did you do about yours?
Well, Julius, I honestly think you're too young to get married.
Why? When you and Mr. Harris got married, you were both young. At least you were. Don't you remember your romance?
She'll never forget it.
Oh, no, I won't, dear. It was so romantic the way we met.
How did you meet?
Well, one summer, Daddy took me hunting in Canada, and Phil was our Indian guide.
Oh, heap big joke.
Then we brought him back to civilization and taught him the ways of the white man.
How did you tame this savage beast?
With music. I sang this song to him.
If she sings the Indian love call, I'll kill myself.
In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell him I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, Better save a chair when the party's getting a glow on. Singing fills the air. In the shank of the night when the doings are right, you can tell 'em I'll be there.
Sue wants a barbecue, Sam wants to boil a ham, Grace both for bouillabaisse stew. Jake wants a weenie baked steak and a layer cake, he'll get a tummy ache too. We'll rent a tent or teepee, let the town cry, and if it's RSVP, this is what she'll reply.
In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell 'em I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, better save Mammy a chair. When the party's getting a glow on, singing fills the air. In the shank of the night when the doings are right, so you can tell 'em I'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, tell 'em we'll be there. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening, slip 'em on my hair. When the party's getting a glow on, and singing fills the air. If we ain't in the clink and there's something to drink, you can tell 'em we'll be there.
Beautiful, Miss Faye.
Thanks.
That makes me feel more romantic than ever. I made up my mind. I'm going to marry my girl Wisteria.
Well, do what you please. Wisteria? Where'd you find her? Creeping up the side of your garage?
Stop making fun of my girl. Ain't you got no feelings? What's the matter? You tooth or something?
Now, don't pay any attention to them, Julius. Come with me and we'll discuss your problem privately, huh?
Okay, Miss Faye. Tell me something. What did a young, beautiful girl like you ever see in that wrinkled old sheriff?
There goes a nice kid.
Oh, great boy. He has all the charm of an old handball glove. You know something, Remley?
What?
I'd give anything to get rid of that kid. He's been driving me crazy for years.
You know, Curly, maybe this romance of his is a way to get rid of him.
What do you mean?
Well, if we can talk Julius into eloping with his girl, we can tip off the cops and have him picked up on a kidnapping charge. He'll get life for that.
Yeah, that'll... No, Remley, I can't frame the kid and have him sent away for life.
Why not?
That ain't long enough. Now, look, Frankie, all we want to do is to get rid of the kid, right? So if we can get him to elope, that ought to do it.
How so?
How so? Here's how so. The kid's parents are against it, huh?
Yeah.
So if they elope, they'll have to leave town, and then Julius won't dare to come back.
Yeah. All we have to do is talk him into it. For us, that's a cinch.
Oh, beautiful thing.
Thanks, Miss Faye. I appreciate your advice, and I'll do just that.
Hey, Julius, wait a minute, kid. Hey, come in here a minute. Hey, Julius, what did Alice tell you to do?
She told me to wait at least a year before I get married.
A year? Julius, you can't do that to us.
Of course not. Love is something you can't keep waiting. Besides, we got everything arranged.
What do you got arranged?
I've planned an elopement with Mr. Harris.
Well, if you think you're meant for each other, go ahead.
Julius, I'm not going to elope with Mr. Remley.
Then you better keep your eye on him because he wants to elope with you.
Look, will you try to get this through your flat little head? Now, Mr. Remley and I have planned an elopement for you and your girlfriend, Bougainvillea.
Her name is Wisteria.
I knew it was something that needs spraying.
Look, kid, you love this girl and you want to marry her, don't you? So why not elope with her?
Gee, it sounds wonderful, but I'm in no position to run away. I got no money and I wouldn't know where to go.
Well, now, we're going to help you. We're going to pay for all your transportation, make your honeymoon reservations, and I'm going to loan you my car to go to the station.
That sounds like a good deal and I accept. But how am I going to get wisteria out of her house without her father knowing.
Just leave that to us. You call her and tell her to be ready at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Now, just let us know where she lives, and we'll meet you there at 10:15.
Hi, fellas. Sorry I'm late.
Well, it's about time. What took you so long?
I was detained. Saying goodbye to your parents is a sad occasion.
Julius, you didn't tell your folks what you're going to do, did you?
What do you think? I'm soft in the head or something? I just made up an excuse.
Well, did you call your girl and tell her to be ready?
Yeah, she's all set.
Good. Let's get started,
Not so fast. Did you take care of my transportation and honeymoon reservations?
Oh, yeah, I stopped downtown, took care of everything. Here's your hotel reservation.
What kind of reservations did you get me?
The best. I got you the bridal suite at the Black Hole Auto Court in Calcutta.
The Black Hole Auto Court?
Formerly known as the Untouchable Inn in the Pines. It's the swankiest hotel in India.
Yeah, you can have your choice of either Hindu or Muslim plan. Sounds good, don't it?
Oh, yeah, great. And just how do me and me bride get to this snake pit?
I got your first-class transportation. 2 lowers on the Istanbul Camel Express.
You guys must be crazy. I ain't gonna...
Now, wait a minute. Calm down. You ain't going to India. We've got you train reservations to Fertilizer Falls, Nebraska. Fertilizer Falls. On the banks of the Vigoro. I don't need the stuff, but I had to get out of that somewhere.
Anyway, we got him, so you'll get your girl and elope with her. Here's a ladder. Just put it up to her window and drag her down.
Fellas, I'm afraid to climb up that ladder in the dark.
Oh, Julius, there's nothing to it. When I eloped with Alice, I climbed up the ladder 3 times.
Why 3 times?
Once for Alice and twice for her money. Grab that ladder and get started.
Sorry, fellas, I ain't going.
You gotta go. Look, Julius, if I go up and get the girl and bring her here, will you elope with her?
Okay, that way I'll do it.
Good. Show me which house is hers and what room she's in.
It's that big green house with the white shutters.
Yeah.
Her room is the 3rd window on the 2nd floor.
Got it. I'll be right back with you. You'll be ready for a quick getaway.
Gee, Mr. Harris, I'm kind of nervous about getting married.
Now, just take it easy, kid. Just be calm and easy. Hey, maybe I could calm you down if I sang to you.
Well, that might work, except for one thing.
What's that?
Your voice makes me nauseous.
Nauseous or not, you're going to hear it. Now sit down and put your chin on that curb and listen. I was riding down the lonely road one day in Tennessee. The time was nearly midnight. It was dark as it could be. Dark as it could be. When all at once I heard the sound of music from afar. That good old mountain music on a fiddle and guitar. Fiddle and guitar. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. A fiddling and a picking like 1,000 men or more. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. Hoo-wee, a mighty man was he, the ghost from the mountains way down in Tennessee. So I rode on down the valley, and suddenly I saw that giant hillbilly. My soul was filled with awe. Soul was filled with awe. One foot was in the valley, one foot was on a hill. A roar came down like thunder, he was laughing fit to kill. Laughing fit to kill. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. Hoo-wee, it was the Tennessee Ghost. A fiddling and a picking like 1,000 men or more. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. The strangest mountain music you ever heard before. Hoo-wee, a mighty man was he, the ghost of the mountains from down in Tennessee. That ooky spooky mountains, that old man mountain from down in Tennessee.
Well, Julius, how'd you like that?
Huh?
I said, how'd you like it?
I can't hear you. Wait, I'll take my ears out of my pocket and screw them back on my head.
You can do it, too. Hey, Julius, I wonder what's taking Remley so long.
Well, maybe he's having trouble getting my girl.
Yeah, it could be. Hey, look. Hey, maybe you better get in the car and start the motor.
Okay.
That way, you see, then when Remley gets here, you can make a fast getaway and... Julius, get ready to go! Hey, good boy, Frankie. Dump her in the front seat next to Julius. Right.
Mr. Remley, what do you got her tied up and gagged for?
She put up a battle. She didn't want to go with me. Well, at least you got her. Now throw her in fast. Right. That's it. Okay, Julius, get going. Happy honeymoon. Happy honeymoon. What'd you come back for?
You brung the maid, you jerk!
So I made a little mistake. What difference does it make?
But I want to marry my girl. I don't want to marry the maid.
Don't be a sucker. She probably makes a better bed. Now get going.
I ain't going no place till I get my girl.
I never saw such a fuss budget. Can a grocery boy get Remley? Go back and get his girl. Should I carry the maid back? No. She'll tip the whole thing off. Just put her in the back of the car and get the girl. Roger. I got it this time, Julius. Okay, we'll throw her in and be careful. Hey. Huh? Hey, Remley, ain't she a little limp? Yeah, she's unconscious. On the way down, she banged her head on the ladder. Well, if she's marrying Julius, she's better off that way. Dump her in. Right. All right, take her away, Julius. Happy honeymoon. How can you be so stupid? This dame's 100 years old you got here.
Fellas, maybe we better call the whole thing off.
Nothing doing. Now, Remley, look. Throw the mother in back of the car with the maid. Julius, I'll go get your girl.
And this time, try and bring back Wisteria and not the dog, will you? Remember, it's the middle room on the second floor.
The middle room on the second floor. Got it. Hey, Julius. I got her this time. Here she is. Get going.
Not so fast. I'm going to look first. Nice going, Mr. Harris.
I got in the right room, didn't I?
Yeah, but you got in the wrong house. It's the old man who lives next door.
I thought her knees felt a little bony. Hey, Pop, why did you let me carry you all the way over here? Why didn't you stop me?
Why should I? This is the first time I've been able to get away from my wife in years. Where are you going, fellas?
Will you shut up? Hey, don't worry, Julius. I'll be right back. I'm going back once more.
Bother. I lost interest in the whole thing. Besides, if we get caught...
What's going on out there? What's that ladder doing up against my house?
Holy smoke, it's Wisteria's father, and he's got a shotgun.
Shotgun? Oh, come on, Remley. Let's get in that car quick. We better get out of here. Yeah. Come on.
Hey, fellas, come back here. What about me?
You're on your own. So long, kid.
But, fellas, you got my girl's mother and her maid in the car. Ooh, them dirty double-crossers. I'll get even with them if it's the last.
Julius, what are you doing here? I told you to stay away from my house. And this
please,
time...
Please, we haven't got time for that now. If you want to save your happy home, call the cops and have that car picked up.
Why?
Phil Harris just ran away with your wife and took your maid along to cook for them.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. You can take advantage of a terrific bonus offer if you act now. With a purchase of any RCA Victor instrument that plays 45 records exclusively, you'll receive, at no additional cost, over $6 worth of record albums. For instance, if you select the Victrola 45 record changer attachment, you get a $19 value for as little as $12.95. But you must act now. Now's the time to buy RCA Victor's 45 system of recorded music. Then you can choose your bonus record albums from a selection of 25 hits. Among them popular albums, classical, western, hillbilly, and children's albums, featuring such great RCA Victor recording artists as Tony Martin, Artie Shaw, Hank Snow, and Arturo Toscanini. Yet, these are just a few examples. There are many more. So take advantage of this unbelievable offer. You'll receive over $6 worth of record albums at no extra cost if you buy a Victrola 45 record player now.
Folks, this is Phil again. I'd like to talk to you for just a few moments about something that is very dear and close to all of us, and that is being very careful when we're driving. I don't have to tell you how many traffic accidents are happening daily. It's way up. It's close to 1 million. Don't you be the millionth casualty. In other words, it's very simple. When you're in the position to where you know yourself that you're not able to drive, it's easy to put a nickel in the phone box and call a cab. Don't take a chance. You can always pick the car up the next morning. Even if you wouldn't hurt yourself or somebody in the car, there's always trouble that you might hurt somebody that you love very dearly. Remember that we'll be on with you each week at this time, directly following the big show. And thanks so much for being so wonderful. Alice, won't you say a word to our audience?
Oh, I think you're all darlings.
Where's this from? This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television.
Next, Theater Guild presents Casanova Brown on NBC.
Put those in your washing machine. Get your clothes out bright and clean. When he does your wash, you'll sing. He does everything.
Hello there. We've been waiting for you. It's time to play Truth or Consequences. Yes, Truth or Consequences, the show that does everything on the air, brought to you by Duz, the soap that does everything in your wash. Now, here's that Saturday night fixture, the original front parlor cut-up with his new friend, the walking man, Ralph, Truth or Consequences, Edwards. Well, thank you very much, Harlow Wilcox, and greetings, party players. And if Chester A. Riley is listening, ooh, what happened to him? We make our first phone calls for walking man winners tonight, that remember, you must be at the phone number given on your entries. But first, a special announcement for the ladies. Wait till I blow the studs off them. There we are. Thank you. Try Duz next wash day, ladies, and Duz cover that right down the wash line. Duz does everything. Hello, how are you? What'd you say?
Fine.
Fine, yes. I thought Harlow wrote that very well for me to read, didn't you think?
He did.
What is your name, sir?
Skinnery.
Sir?
Red Skinnery.
What's that?
Red Chinnery.
Oh, I hadn't noticed it on you there, but it's nice to have you, Mr. Chinnery. Where are you from?
Hawthorne.
Good. Here's the question. Where's Hawthorne?
Southern California.
No, that isn't the question, but Mrs. Arthur, what is your occupation?
Steel worker.
Oh,
Steel rigger.
Sort of in the same business. I'm stealing from the... All right. Mrs. Arthur S. Nelson of Des Moines, Iowa. Any family, Mr. Chinnery?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Wife and daughter.
Good. What's the daughter's name?
Phyllis.
What is it that men get from their favorite newsstand and women get from their favorite dress shop? Truth or consequences? My, if that guy Riley takes after us like he said he was going to do. What is it that men get from their favorite newsstand and women get from their favorite dress shop? The new look. Forget to get a look. All right, well, you haven't told truth, so you must pay the consequence. Isn't that exciting, Mr. Chinnery?
Terrible.
Doggone, I got a terrific reaction from you. We're not keeping you up, are we?
Oh, no.
Where's the field working that you do?
Out in Safeway Scaffold, out in Culver City.
Yeah, well, you're Safeway out there. You're safe out there. All right. Now, Mr. Chinnery, your consequence is really simple. All we want you to do is put on a tuxedo and pretend you're Ralph Edwards, the master of ceremonies of truth or consequences. Want to do that for the next few minutes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this will be a real test because people will try to get you to say your real name. But if you keep up the pretense that you are Ralph Edwards, master of ceremonies of truth or consequences, all during your consequence, we'll award you $50 in cash. Now, run off stage and get into your tuxedo. Will you do that? Fine. Al Pats will take you off. He's a silent man, but he's strong, and he's in that. Remember, no matter what happens, $50 if you pretend to be no one else but me, Ralph Edwards. There he goes. Gone? Can't hear? Ooh, what's going to happen to him? A few minutes ago, if you were listening to NBC, and I hope you were, I hope you're listening every Saturday night, you heard me heckling Chester A. Riley on the Life of Riley program. He was really burned at me because he lost a chance at $1,000, and then as a consolation prize, I gave him a trip to Vermont. But the trip turned out to be a trip on a trolley car to Vermont Avenue here in Los Angeles. So Riley really was burned. Now, in the past 4 years, William Bendix, who is Riley, has thrown himself so much into the role of Riley, he practically has become Chester A. Riley. So I asked Bill Bendix if he would continue his gripe at me as Riley and come on over here to Truth or Consequences and help us out with our first consequence, the one that Mr. Chinnery is preparing for now. Mr. Chinnery has to pretend he is Ralph Edwards, master of ceremonies, Truth or Consequences, or lose his $50. So when Riley storms in here, ready to tear Ralph Edwards limb from limb, he'll ask, who is Ralph Edwards, you see? And Mr. Chinnery must say he is, or lose the $50. Of course, he may lose his head, too, because I told Riley to pour it on him, and we may have a few things to help Riley out. So let's get Mr. Chinnery back here in his tuxedo coat and a little dicky shirt we gave him, and then we'll have Bill Bendix enter as Riley and go to work. All right. Oh, here we are. Turn on that one, Johnny Foley. Say, you really made a fast change. Turn around so I can see you, Mr. Chinnery. How are you now?
Fine.
Let's hear you talk like Ralph Edwards.
This is Ralph Edwards.
Oh, you sound just like I do. All right, I could hardly tell the difference if you weren't wearing the tuxedo. All right, now your consequence is to pretend you're the master of ceremonies, truth or consequence, for the next 5 minutes. You'll take my place and give out the questions and the consequences. Now, here are a couple of pies for you to play with and some seltzer water, huh?
Yeah.
You'll give it to the people.
Yeah, why, sure.
Oh, sure. We'll set the pies there and the seltzer water. Just give any consequence you want. Are you willing?
I'm willing.
All right, bring in our next contestant, please. Uh-oh, here comes your first test case. Mr. Chinnery, I think his name is Riley. I guess.
Where's that guy Edwards? Just tell me where Edwards is. I dare him to face my face.
Now, excuse me, sir. What is your name?
My name is Chester A. Riley.
Who are you looking for?
I am looking for that wise Alec who calls himself Ralph Edwards. Yes, the summer grocer who sent me to Vermont the street instead of Vermont the country. Yeah. Give me that seltzer water. Who is Ralph Edwards?
Now, wait, just about Riley. Don't get excited, please. Now, I can stop this. It'll cost you $50. Now, Mr. your name is what?
Ralph Edwards.
Ralph Edwards. Well, Riley, that Ralph Edwards is a hot one, huh?
Here you are, Squirt. Make fun of a Riley, will you? Take that.
Hey, Ralph Edwards.
Riley, hold it. Getting a little your own medicine, huh?
Why, sure. Well, what you did, Edwards, I boiled.
Well, never mind.
Disgraced me in front of my family. Lowered me in the eyes of Digger Odell. There's a pie. Give me that pie.
Now, wait a minute. It's the pie this time. Do you surrender?
Oh, I'm still Ralph Edwards.
Big pie face.
Ralph Edwards.
Okay, you win your $50. And now, Riley, no, not the other pie. No. Now, listen, Riley, don't get so wrapped up in your part. Remember, I'm Edwards.
Oh, you're Edwards, huh? Well, tell that dopey brother of yours, Ralph, to lay off, or I'll hit him with another pie like this.
Not me, Riley.
Aren't we devils?
Holy smoke! What a revolting development this is! What a revolting... That's right, Bendix. Oh, he really lives a part of Riley. Get my other coat, will you? He even used Prel for meringue, that guy. Well, there's plenty of water and towels there for you there, Mr. Chinnery. As for myself, throw in the towel, boys. It's all over my face. You really held out, Mr. Chinnery. What is your name?
Chinnery.
Yeah. Oh. Well, now it is. Okay, you get the $50, and if I run into Chester A. Riley when I get off the show, Digger Odell's going to have another customer. I can tell you that. Thanks a lot, Chinnery. Our first phone call in a minute. Say, Faye, Ralph. Did any splatter on you, old man? Oh, Harlow, I didn't see you.
Yeah, hey, Ralph, I
couldn't see you with the meringue.
I know what you mean. Yes. But look, this seems to be the season for guessing who's who, so I've worked out some clues for you to guess.
Harlow, don't tell me you're making with the mystery clues, too.
Oh, I just want to test you out. See if you can guess who this is.
Okay. Ready, boy?
All right. 4th for white, 21st for red and blue, 26th for dirt, everything for you.
Who is it?
It's Duz.
Oh, no!
Yes.
Oh, that is so okay. Duz!
I knew it would be. You see, the 4th letter in the alphabet is D, the 21st is U,
and the 26th is Z, meringue dripping.
Right. Put them together and you've got Duz, the soap that does everything in the family wash. White stands for towels and linen. Red and blue for pretty colors. And dirt means greasy, grimy work clothes.
Very good, Harlow.
Very good. It's amazing, all Duz does. Just a short washer run gets those tough pieces shining clean. White things gloriously white.
Don't forget your red and blue, you.
Ah, that's the wonder of Duz. It's actually safer for the gayest, smartest colors you wash. Safer than any other leading package soap sold for wash day. Ounce for ounce, Duz makes more suds, too. Real soap suds. It's no mystery why Duz is so popular. From the roughest and toughest to the whitest and brightest, Duz does everything.
Duz fight for Harlow, and the meringue was dripping all through it, wasn't it?
Ralph, you were never more beautiful.
I couldn't tell whether it was Duz, suds, or meringue, but all right, it's all off. Now, stand by, America. We're going to make the first call in our Walking Man contest. It might be you we're calling. This is the person who is selected by the judges as having written the best entry on the subject we should all support the American Heart Association because if this person correctly identifies the Walking Man, he or she receives a giant jackpot of prizes. Here we go. Hello, operator. Operator, get me Los Angeles, California, please. This is a coincidence. In the other contest, the first one is in Hollywood. Tonight, the first one is in Los Angeles. If this person cannot identify the Walking Man, we'll make a second call to the person who wrote the second best entry in a few minutes. Hello, Los Angeles operator. Yes, our NBC operator will give you a number to call in Los Angeles. Will you ring it, please? Oh, brother, wouldn't it be something if the name was hit right on the button the very first thing? There's a list of prizes that really reaches the sky almost already. I'll read them to you in a minute. Hello? Hello? Hello, is this R.E. Montague? Do you pronounce it? R.E. Montague of 735 South St. Andrews Place, Los Angeles, California. This is Ralph Edwards, Mr. Montague. How are you? Truth or consequences. Now, Mr. Montague, congratulations on your fine entry statement on why we should all support the American Heart Association. The judge has selected your entry as number 1 for this week's call, so you get an opportunity to identify the Walking Man. Are you ready? You think you are. Brother, I wish I was as ready as you are. This scares me to death. This may be guessed right off. All right. And you're allowed only one answer. Tell us who you think is the Walking Man. You say Harry S. Truman, the President of the United States. You say President Truman. I'm sorry, Mr. Montague. President Truman is wrong. He is not the Walking Man, I mean. But thanks for your statement and contribution to the American Heart Association. You will help fight man's worst killer, heart disease. Try again next week, will you? Send in as many entries as you choose, and we're sending you a 48-piece set of fine art sterling silver as a gift. Are you married? Well, it'll come in handy, won't it? Good night, sir, and thank you very much. Good night. Thanks, too, for those wonderful contributions. In a moment, another call to another winner. I hope it'll be your number called. And if the Walking Man isn't identified tonight, I hope you all get in next week's contest immediately. More about that later. Hello, what is your name?
Gertrude Penn.
Gertrude Penn. P-E-N-N.
Right.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? Do I say Miss Penn?
No, Mrs.
How are you, Mrs. Penn?
Fine, thank you.
What is your occupation?
I do maid work at the townhouse.
You're a maid
at the townhouse.
At the Townhouse
Yes.
Hotel here in Los Angeles? Yes. Where is that? Over on Wilshire?
I work on Commonwealth.
Have you had any interesting experiences over there? How long have you been a maid?
Oh,
How long?
time.
How long have you been a maid in a hotel?
18 years. I'm on my 18th year there.
At the townhouse?
At the same place there.
Well, bless your heart. I bet they're proud of you. Who are the neatest guests, men or women?
Oh, very.
Yes, well, I don't
Yes,
blame you for not
it is.
sticking your neck out. I can see why you've been there 18 years. All right. All right, do you have any family?
Yes, I have a son and 4 grandchildren.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Here's your question, Mrs. Penn. A very charming little lady, isn't she? Your question, Mrs. W.H. Fitting of La Crosse, Wisconsin, wants you to name 5... Can you hear from there all right?
No, I don't hear
We're
very well.
getting very... Oh, I'm sorry. Name 5 ways of communicating without talking orally. Name 5 ways of communicating without talking orally, Miss Penn.
Telephone?
Yeah.
Telegram?
Well, of course you'd have to talk. Telegram, that's good. That's good. You have all sorts of time. You got 20 seconds. 18 have gone by, 1920. You don't want to get it anyhow. It's more fun if you miss. Eh, Miss Penn? Sure, why not, huh? Writing, wireless, semaphore signals, flag signals, smoke signals. You haven't told the truth, so you must pay the consequences. Oh, my. Your consequence. Come in a little closer to the microphone so I can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Penn. Pardon me?
What are the consequences?
I'm going to tell him now. It's this. Your consequence is to call the room clerk at that very swanky hotel you work for, the Townhouse on Wilshire here in Los Angeles. And don't tell him you work there, you see. Tell him you are, better say, Mrs. What's your first name?
Penn.
Yes.
Penn.
Say Mrs. G. Penn.
Yes.
And you write underwater. And try to make him believe you have a reservation.
Yes.
You see, he probably won't recognize your name. All right, string him along. He probably won't know you anyhow, will you? The maids, do they ever get? They don't get to know the room.
No, I don't know.
All right. Tell him you're arriving in an hour, and you expect the finest suite in the house, a beautiful dinner, fancy desserts, flowers in the room, and everything. Will you do that? Huh?
Well, try.
Don't worry. We won't get you in trouble. You see, we'll keep the name secret. Now, you just give him a big line. All right, here. The room clerk at the Townhouse is on the phone now. Give me your earphone too. So I can hear. Just say hello and give him the business. Right into this microphone here so I can hear too.
Hello, this is Mrs. Gertrude Penn.
Better say G.
Mrs. G. Penn.
Yes.
I'd like to make a reservation. I want a very nice suite.
When did you want it?
Oh, it'll be about 4 now, party.
Oh, but no. He says, when did you want it?
Tonight.
Huh?
About
Mrs. Payne, he says? No,
Mrs.
Penn.
Penn.
Yes.
P-E-N-N.
Tell him you want flowers, you want the whole works, caviar.
White or silver?
Sure, go ahead, don't worry. Tell him I want flowers.
That'd be all right. That'd be ready for me.
Yeah. Tell him you want the works. You want a beautiful bed and...
All right.
Tell him you want flowers in the room.
Be there about...
Tell him flowers. You want flowers.
I want flowers.
Yes.
Have the room fitted nicely. And,
he'll have everything ready for you.
Thank you.
He said he hopes that you'll enjoy your week's vacation at the Townhouse. Is that what he said?
Yes.
Well, and he's not kidding. Hang up a second. You have a beautiful suite waiting for you at the Townhouse. One of those suites you clean every day. But this time you go in as a guest for a week. All expenses paid, food and everything. How about that, Miss Penn? Come in here. Will you have breakfast in bed in the morning?
I should.
Every morning. How late will you sleep?
Oh, I'll sleep till 10.
Yes. Will you eat in the zebra room or have room service?
Oh, I'll have room service.
Well, you don't have to eat the zebra. You can go on now. Well, here's a lovely dress in case you want to put on the dog. Saks Fifth Avenue will fit it to you Monday, so you know you'll be smartly dressed. Is that right?
Oh, that will be wonderful.
Here's expense money in case you feel like stepping out of your luxurious surroundings for a while. The wonderful service of the Townhouse is yours, free, hairdressers, everything. And we'll pay the salary of another maid to take your place, okay?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Here's a new robe, nightgown, and everything you need. You can call the family up. Have fun, will you? Okay, sweet dreams, pleasant hours. Good night, good night, good night. Are you happy about this?
Nice, wonderful.
Just think, you can watch the other maids come in and clean your room, huh?
That'd be grand.
Yes. And say, here's something to pass on to the maid who's taking your place. This big red boxer does. There's never been a soap quite like it before. Has there, Harlow?
No, that
isn't.
There you go.
Harlow Wilcox's Penn. How do you know? All right.
Think...
Thank you, Mrs. Penn. Bless your heart. Now, hand me the phone, please. Here we go. Here we go with a second call to the person who wrote the second best entry for tonight's Walking Man contest. Operator, please get me. Now, hang on your hats, folks. Hang on your hats. Los Angeles, California again. The judges do not see the names or addresses of the entries, so picking the same city twice is a coincidence. If this person cannot correctly identify the walking man, we'll make a third call in a few minutes. Hello? Los Angeles. Yes, our NBC operator will give you a number to call in Los Angeles. Would you ring it, please? Yes. We'll make a third call in a few minutes, in case this person doesn't know. To the person who wrote the third best entry on the subject, we should all support the American Heart Association because, and folks, you do have hearts. Thank you so much for the wonderful return. Hello? Hello? Is this Mrs. Rudy Markle of 5006 Hartwick Street, Los Angeles, California? Mrs. Markle, how are you? You're fine but shaky. Oh, I'm Gravel Gertie. No, this is Ralph Edwards of Truth or Consequences. Your entry on why we should support the American Heart Association was the second best entry for tonight. So here is your chance to identify the walking man and win the giant jackpot. Are you ready? All right, and you can give only one answer. Tell us who you think is the walking man. Now, you know already, before you say, you know already it is not President Truman, do you not? All right, tell us who you think is the walking man. You say Louis B. Mayer. You say Louis B. Mayer. I'm sorry, Mrs. Markle. Louis B. Mayer is wrong. The walking man is somebody else. Thank you for your splendid entry and contribution to the American Heart Association. As a gift to you, Mrs. Rudy Markle of 5006 Hartwick Street, Los Angeles, we are sending you a beautiful 48-piece set of fine art sterling silver. Thank you. Keep trying. Good night. Good night. One more call tonight. Maybe we'll be the winner. If not, more clues from the Walking Man headquarters. Who is the Walking Man? Now Duz nominates this week's Dish Hand Duzzer. She's Mrs. Rosella Washington, 1307 Derby Street, Berkeley, California.
Duz is doing double duty on Derby Street, doing everything in the dish pan, too, from whizzing through the greasy pans to taking beautiful care of hands. And Duz does it, folks. Why, hands can actually look prettier, smoother, changing to Duz from those strong granulated soaps. Ounce for ounce, Duz makes more suds, too, real soap suds that stand up till the last dish is done. Start doesing your dishes. Duz does everything.
Okie dozy, Harlow, okie dozy. And now, here it is, that third phone call tonight. Who is the walking man? If this person knows, he or she walks off with a giant jackpot of prizes. If not, I'll give you more clues and the rules so you can all get in next week's contest. Hand me the phone, please. Here we go. Hello, operator. Operator, get me Fort Madison, Iowa, please. Oh, to Iowa. This is the person who wrote the third best entry for tonight in the opinion of the judges. By the way, we want to thank the three finalist judges who are unselfishly giving their time and most sincere thoughts in this contest in which you listeners are helping to lessen that terrible toll of one death every minute in the United States because of heart disease. Hello, how are we doing with Fort Madison? So far, we don't have the call all the way into Fort Madison. Hello, Fort Madison, Iowa. Fort Madison, our NBC operator, Billy Clevenger, will give you a number to call in Fort Madison. Will you ring it, please? Fort Madison, Iowa, that reminds me, Truth or Consequence will be in Davenport, Iowa, from February 13th to 19th. We're going to broadcast there. Man, we'll see you in Davenport. Hello? Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Edwards. You're really excited, brother, about it. Tell me, what's that? You certainly are excited. Is this Mr. Henry Rippenkroger? Mr. Henry Rippenkroger of 1524 Avenue D, Fort Madison, Iowa. This is Ralph Edwards, Truth or Consequences. All right, well, here's the big moment. In Iowa, you may get it, and you can give only one answer. Tell us who you think is the walking man. My selection for the walking man is J. Edgar Hoover. You say J. Edgar Hoover, Mr. Henry Rippenkroger. I'm sorry, Mr. Henry Rippenkroger. J. Edgar Hoover is wrong, but thank you for your support of the American Heart Association. We're sending you a 48-piece set of fine art sterling silver and hope you'll get in next week's contest immediately. Will you? Thank you, sir. Maybe we'll see you in Iowa. Good night, sir. You're a swell sounding guard. Well, there he is. No one tonight. There he is again. There he is again. The walking man. You know how he walks. You know who this man is, and if you're called upon to identify him, you'll win the giant jackpot of prizes. This week, the giant jackpot amounts to a Bendix home laundry consisting of washer, dryer, and automatic ironer, a $1,000 diamond and ruby Bulova watch, a brand-new four-door Cadillac sedan, a 16-millimeter motion picture sound projector and screen with a print of the Hal Wallace production I Walk Alone, plus delivery of the motion picture of the month for one whole year, and a 2-week vacation for two from any place in the United States to Union Pacific, Sun Valley, Idaho, all expenses paid. To this, Truth or Consequences is adding this week a $1,000 J.R. Wood & Sons art-carved diamond ring, an Electrolux vacuum cleaner with all attachments, and a 1948 RCA Victor Console FM and AM radio phonograph combination and television set, all in one cabinet. Now, listen to the clues and get in the contest. Quiet, the walking man. Bing, bong, bell. It's 10. And only one can tell. The master of the metropolis fits his name quite well. Now, don't let it scare you. I'll give it to you again in a minute. The walking man. Who is it? If you think you know the person whose actual walk you hear each week on Truth or Consequences, and whose walk you probably have seen at some time, follow the rules I'm now going to give you and make yourself eligible for the giant jackpot of prizes. If the walking man is not identified next week, Truth or Consequences will add 3 more fabulous prizes, and the next week will bring a new contest. In our Walking Man contest, Truth or Consequences is supporting another great cause, a fight to help lick America's #1 killer, heart disease. This contest will be your opportunity to support the American Heart Association. Be generous. Give your dollars or whatever your contributions from the heart for all heart victims. Now, here are the rules. Finish this sentence in 25 additional words or less. We should all support the American Heart Association because. Enclose a contribution, if you please, for the American Heart Association. Eligibility for participation in the contest is not contingent upon your contribution. Mail to The Walking Man, Hollywood, California. That's the address. The Walking Man, Hollywood, California. And make sure your name, address, and telephone number are printed plainly on the upper right-hand corner of the paper on which the entry is written. Do not include the name of the person you believe to be the walking man in your entry. The American Heart Association has selected 3 prominent citizens to act as final judges. They will select the first, second, and third best entries from the best entries chosen by the charity judging staff. Now, these entrants must answer their telephone when we call during our Eastern broadcast. Entries will be judged for sincerity, originality, and aptness of thought. Judge's decision will be final. All entries and ideas therein become the property of Truth or Consequences. Contributions become the property of the American Heart Association, and none will be returned. Any resident of the United States may compete except employees of Truth or Consequences, NBC, Procter & Gamble, their advertising agencies, and their families. Entries received by next Monday will be entered in next week's contest. Then, at the time of our Eastern broadcast, that is 8:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Central Time, 6:30 Mountain Time, and 5:30 Pacific Time, we will call the writers of the first, second, and third best entries in that order, unless, of course, the walking man is identified earlier on the program by one of these entrants. Remember, these entrants must answer their telephones at the number appearing on their entries at the time of our Eastern broadcast. Thank you, Harlow. Enter as often as you please. However, only one entry to an envelope, and thanks for making these contributions, paper money as well as coins. Remember to be at your phones next Saturday, January 24th, when we make 3 more phone calls in the Walking Man contest on Truth or Consequences. Who is the Walking Man? Bing, bong, bell. It's 10, and only one can tell. The master of the metropolis fits his name quite well. Hey, Walking Man, can't you give us a more obvious clue? Walking Man, come here. Come here. Come on back. Please now, Walking Man. Give us another clue. What's the matter? Listen. Letting you have it tonight. Well, okay, Walking Man. That was a mess of clues. And those are really the steps of the Walking Man, his real footsteps. As I say, folks, don't let it scare you. He's not really a bogeyman. He's the Walking Man. Now, what is your name, please?
This is Mary Lyons.
Hello, Mrs. Lyons.
Uh-huh.
Where are you from?
Originally from Clinton, Indiana.
Where now?
Los Angeles.
Good. You like it out here?
You bet.
Beautiful in Clinton, too, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
What is your principal
Lots of
industry in Clinton?
Oh, just nothing much now. It's just,
we thrive on that out here, too, you know. What is the best way for a girl to keep her youth? Truth or Consequences, Mrs. Lyons of Clinton?
I don't know.
By not introducing him to other girls.
Oh.
Best way to keep your youth valid. All right, you haven't told the truth, so you must pay the consequences. Now, Mrs. Lyons, that was a yacht, wasn't it? Lions, we're going to go easy on you. We really are. We aren't going to give you a consequence. We're going to give you a present, a Christmas present that seems to have been overlooked in the regular Christmas giving. Okay?
Well.
All right, here it is. Here it is. Come right in here. Isn't it a beautiful box?
Oh, I say.
Are you anxious to open it?
Oh, yes.
Well, wait a minute. What's the sign on the other side? Oh, for goodness sakes. What's it say?
Oh, do not open until Christmas.
Oh, well, don't you think the sign means what it says?
I guess so.
Oh, I do. We must abide by the signs, you know. Sure. It says don't open until Christmas, so you take this home with you, put it on the shelf where you can look at it once in a while, but don't open it until Christmas, next Christmas, eh?
Oh, I see.
Yes, that's only 11 months and 8 days away. No, I say now, will you do that? As a matter of fact, bring it to Truth or Consequences Saturday night, Christmas 1948. Christmas falls on Saturday this year, and open it so all of us listening can share your surprise, okay?
Fine.
I can hardly wait to hold you over. Here's a $25 savings bond. Good night, Mrs. Lyons. Well, how does you do? It's our happy go-dusty singers and their merry washing machine. Hello. D-U-Z, D-U-Z.
Put those in your washing machine.
Work clothes come out oh so clean.
Whiten, color things bright.
D-U-Z does everything. From the roughest and the toughest to the whitest and the brightest.
No soap quite like does before.
Does is different, does more.
When you does your wash, you'll think.
D-U-Z does everything. D-U-Z. That was sensational, Kid D. Oh, and the grand prize winner tonight is... Terrific, Buddy Cole. The gentleman who got the pie in the face, Mr. Chinnery, pretended he was Ralph Edwards, and Bill Bendix, of course, Riley helped out on that. Thanks, Bill Bendix, for being with us tonight. Now, folks, don't forget your $25 savings bond, and today you get more money for used kitchen fats, much more. Everybody save every drop of used fat. It's money for you. This is Ralph Edwards sending you dozens of good washes, and until next week when we make more telephone calls to identify the walking man, good night, everybody! Why has Hollywood star Ida Lupino switched to new improved green shampoo? Because compared to dulling soap shampoos, this wonderful new Green reveals up to 33% more sheen. Follow Ida's secret for shining hair.
It's new Green for Hollywood Sheen. Improved Green for Hollywood Sheen. Your hair can have that Hollywood sheen the very first time you use new Green. That wonderful new Green shampoo. New Green.
Harlow Wilcox today. Is this Harlow Wilcox? Yes, it's Harlow Wilcox. Yes. Signaling for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does. Right here was Truth or Consequences. Came to you from Hollywood.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
D-U-Z, D-U-Z. Put those in your washing machine. Take your clothes out dry and clean. When you does your wash, you'll sing. D-U-Z does everything.
Oh, brother, we've been waiting for you. It's time to play Truth or Consequences. Yes, Truth or Consequences, the show that does everything on the air, brought to you by Does, the soap that does everything in your lawn. And here's the man who has the whole nation playing guessing games, your Saturday night cut-up, Ralph, Truth or Consequences, Edwards. Thank you very much. Harlow Wilcox. And greetings, party players. Well, Harlow, do you think the walking man will be identified tonight? I don't know, Ralph, but I do know that the housewives have identified Does and discovered that right down the wash line, Does everything. Oh, you got me, pal, you got me. I knew you'd put that in right off the bat. Which is good. We got to live. We got to eat. You know that. Sure. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. Did you hear the gifts now? The lineup of the jackpot. Ralph, I've never heard them. Will you please... You've never heard them? May I say them to you? Will you tell me? Listen to this lifetime of gifts that will be won by one of you listeners who correctly identifies the walking man when we call the winners on the phone. Maybe it'll be tonight. You can't tell. A Bendix Home Laundry consisting of washer, dryer, and automatic ironer. A deep breath and we go on. A $1,000 diamond and ruby Bulova watch. A brand new four-door Cadillac sedan. A tap and gas kitchen range. A 16-millimeter motion picture sound projector and screen with a print of the Hal Wallace production, I Walk Alone.
If this goes on long enough, that picture isn't going to be on. You know that, but it's still on. It's a good picture. Plus delivery of the motion picture of the month for 1 whole year. A 2 weeks vacation for 2 from any place in the United States to Union Pacific, Sun Valley, Idaho. All expenses paid. A $1,000 J.R. Wood & Sons art-carved diamond ring. An Electrolux vacuum cleaner with all attachments. A 1948 RCA Victor console FM and AM radio phonograph combination and television set, all in one cabinet. A Serval silent gas refrigerator. Artcraft all-metal Venetian blinds throughout your entire home. Sherwin-Williams cover-the-earth trademark paints will paint your house inside and out. A complete wardrobe of women's clothes for every season of the year, designed by Faye Foster, consisting of street dresses, beachwear, and play clothes. The new 50 Homer Farm freezer filled with bird's eye frozen foods. A Luscombe Silvair all-metal airplane made in Dallas, Texas. Your kitchen and bathroom completely installed with real ceramic tile by the Pomona Tile Manufacturing Company. Your dining room and 2 bedrooms filled with Idaho pine furniture. A $2,400 deluxe 3-room Normal trailer coach completely equipped with modern kitchen and sleeping quarters for 4, coming into home stretch now. A Remington Rand noiseless Model 7 typewriter. A 14-foot Alumacraft. Both complete with Champion outboard motor. A $1,000 full-length new-look Persian lamb coat designed by the well-known furrier Max Foyer of Chicago. A 2-year supply of Pepero sheets and pillowcases for every bed in your house. Your choice of $500 worth of Westinghouse electric home appliances. A Story and Clark piano, known for tone and cabinet styling. Universal electric blankets for every bed in your house. 3 Coronada air-cooled summer suits apiece for every man in your immediate family. And from Roger & Company, San Francisco, a desk, console, Sew-Gem electric sewing machine. So stand by for the phone calls on the Walking Man contest tonight. But first, here's a question for the studio audience. Here's a question for every party player in our studio audience. The first one to hold up his or her hand with the correct answer wins a $100 bill. Attention now, the question for a $100 bill. What was the initial of Mrs. George Washington's first name? That's it. The first set's a lot of them down there. Good. Oh, we got a lot of them. Hold on. Johnny Pollock, turn on the microphone, and we'll walk right on down. A whole bunch of them here. This lady right in here was First Lady. Let's get her. Hello. What was the initial of Mrs. George Washington's first name? What's that?
M.
M, yes, for Martha. Good. What is your name, please?
Florence Beavers.
And where are you from?
Glendale.
Oh, correct. Well, you win the $100 bill, and here it is. A bill for $100 from my dentist. There you are. A bill for $100 from my dentist. Thank goodness I got rid of that. Thank you very much. Oh, aren't you lucky to have that? All right. I get rid of more bills that way, but... Look, there's a real $10 bill for her anyway, in case a $100 bill payment worries you. Well, oh, wasn't that awful?
Devil, you.
Oh, Harlow, you're looking great tonight, boy. Tan, healthy.
Well, thanks, Ralph.
I suppose you're outdoors a lot these sunny spring days, huh?
Ah, yes.
Working in the garden.
Garden? Yeah. No. I'm out admiring the Does wash lines all over town.
Does wash lines?
Look, chum, if you don't think a Does wash is a thing of beauty.
Oh, I do. I do. Don't misunderstand me.
What a sight. A whole line full of clothes. Everything washed by Does. Towels and linens hanging in the sun so dazzling white
you need dark glasses to look at them.
Naturally. Does them the whitest white any soap will. Work clothes swinging fresh and clean as the spring air itself. Just a short washer run does it, too.
Keep going down the wash line, boy.
Then comes the real wonder of a Does wash. There on that same line, a riot of lovely colors. Prints, plaids, stripes. Does is safer for every pretty color you wash. Safer than any other leading package soap sold for wash day. No wonder you see more Does washes every day. Start doesing your wash now, folks. From the roughest and toughest to the whitest and brightest. Does everything.
That was some line, Harlow. Wash line, that is. Okie boys. I know you're just thrilled with your $100 bill there. Take it home and really have fun with it. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Corporal Hiram Shute.
I beg your pardon?
Corporal Hiram Shute.
Your last name?
Shute, S-H-U-T-E.
Nice to see you, Corporal Hiram Shute. Where are you from?
New Boston, Texas.
Where is New Boston, Texas?
Well, it's right close to Texarkana. Texarkana's on the line of Arkansas and Texas.
Yeah, you almost got out, didn't you?
You know.
Huh? You were very close to being over on the other side.
Oh, very close.
What would have happened then?
I don't know.
You'd have been in Arkansas. That's the whole thing, which is good, too, of course. What'd you do before you went in the Army, Corporal Shute?
I was just a schoolboy.
Where?
Well, I went to Dirk's, Arkansas, high school.
Yeah, man.
Finished it.
Okay, and now you're out here in Los Angeles.
Well, Pasadena, Corning General Hospital.
Oh, good. All right, now here's a question. This will have a consequence, okay? Isn't he a fine, robust guy? Good-looking feller, Texas. You can always tell from Texas. The way they ride horses. All right, now. Mrs. Steve Markovitz of Worcester, Massachusetts asks, how many successful jumps does a paratrooper have to make before he's ready for combat? Truth or consequences, Corporal Hiram, what's your middle name?
Hiram Douglas Shute.
Yeah.
I'd say 3.
Now, how many successful jumps does a paratrooper have to make before he's ready for combat? All of them. You see, if he doesn't, there's a technicality there. Well, you haven't told the truth. Hiram, you were named after...
Hiram Walker, I guess.
Your father's name Hiram?
No.
I stuck that one out on a springboard like it was really set up. Honest, Mother, I didn't. Honest, Mother. All right. Corporal Shute, S-H-U-T-E, and don't let that put anything in your minds, audience, toward me. For your consequence tonight, we want you to give a lecture on battle tactics to a civilian. Okay?
I guess so.
Okay, fella. I mean, how you would land an attack under certain given conditions. Say that you're the big boy and you're telling them how to do it. Now, we'll give you time to brush up on the facts you're going to talk about, so take this pencil and paper and take time to draw up a few notes if you want to there. You can sit here on stage if you want, or you can go out into a private little room, take it easy there. You'll find chairs to sit on, which is good, you know. All right, you can run backstage and come back when you've prepared your... Is he gone? He can't hear. Ooh, what's going to happen to Corporal Shute from Texas? Now, Corporal Shute doesn't know it, but the civilian he will lecture to is a civilian now, but he is really retired Brigadier General Leonard D. Weddington. And here he is, a veteran of both World Wars and active in the Pacific for the entirety of World War II, General Leonard Weddington. Come on, General Weddington. Well, good evening, General. Welcome to Truth or Consequences, sir.
Good evening, Ralph. This is one battle I never expected to fight.
I'll bet you didn't. Well, nothing much happens here, General, except perhaps you might be hit by a ricocheting pie or something like that, but don't worry. General Weddington, how long has it been since you've been wearing civilian clothes?
Well, I was officially retired on June the 30th, 1946.
I see. Well, what do you consider one of the most exciting or interesting moments of the war for you, General Weddington?
Well, the most exciting thing is after a Jap bomb raid, I found 9 holes in my pants one time.
Oh, is that? Were you in them at the time? Or...
No, they were hanging on the tent pole.
What kind
but I got them fixed up, though.
Oh, you did?
They were shorts.
They were shorts? I thought they were pants.
Well, the Australian shorts.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant...
No.
They were sort of male pedal pushers.
No, they didn't have those cuffs on them.
Oh, they didn't have the cuffs. You got the holes in them fixed up, though, sir?
Yeah, oh, yes. They got back up to Honolulu and sent them to the laundry, a Jap family, and they patched them all up and they're good as new.
Oh, man, you must have been looking nice going down there with nine holes there, all sort of knitworked around there. All right, sir. Well, it's certainly wonderful having you here, General Weddington, and joining in the fun. You're not the walking man, are you?
I never walk. I've been retired physical disability.
Oh, well, now, you know you're kidding. The way you walked out here is as spry as you can be. Now, you know what you're to do, General?
Yes, just act down.
Oh, yeah. Well, until the very end. That's just act down. Just play down to the very end. Play it as though you didn't know beans about anything military. See, then when the Corporal Shute is his name, Hiram Shute, and when the Corporal is completely disgusted with you, you see, you just don't know anything about it, present him with a very difficult tactical problem. Let him have it, huh? We'll have a surprise Corporal on our hands, won't we, huh?
Well, I hope he doesn't know more about it than I do.
You'll have to call in the staff, maybe, then, don't we? All right, I don't think we need to worry about that, sir. We certainly don't. Now, supposing that you take your seat in the audience, leave your coat here, and just go right down there in the audience, and when we ask for a civilian, sir, you raise your hand. We'll call you Mr. Leonard. Is that all right? That's your first name, Leonard. We'll call you Mr. Leonard. All right, there. Don't anyone give the gag away. Bring him in. Are we devils? Okay, turn on the roving microphone, Johnny Pollock. Oops, stand by for those phone calls coming right up at once. Here we come around here now. Texas is on the run. How do you do, Corporal Shute?
Just fine, just fine.
How you doing, man?
All right.
You're all set, huh? All right. Now, you brushed up on your tactics there.
Well, just a little. Yeah.
All right. Now, let's take any civilian in the audience, please, who would like to be on the receiving end of this lecture. Just anyone, raise your hand. Doesn't matter. You can all. All right, sir. You come on up. You come up. Would you come up, sir? And now, Corporal Shute is going to teach you a thing or two. And we could have used one of the fellows on stage there. How do you do, sir? How do you do? What is your name, please?
Leonard, Mr. Leonard.
Mr. Leonard, I'd like to have you meet Corporal Shute.
Glad to know you, Mr. Leonard. Glad to know you.
Yes, that's fine. Come over here, Corporal Shute. He's a fine, upstanding fellow, eh?
Yes, he is. He's mighty fine.
Okay, now. What?
Looks like he's from Texas.
He does! Mr. Leonard, are you from Texas?
That's right.
It takes one to know one, doesn't it? Here we go. All right, now, we're all set to go. Now, Mr. Leonard, meet Sergeant, what you have here, or Corporal. Oh, I'm rushing it, yes. All right, Corporal, Mr. Leonard is ready for your lecture, so go right ahead.
Well, we'll start with landing on the beachhead, you know.
What's this?
Landing. We'll go to the beachhead.
The boats can't get to the beachhead. The soldiers get off. They start swimming. They get on the beachhead. They start to take a city. They see the city here with all these buildings and all. They could bomb all those buildings down and go in and take it with a lot easier, but they don't do that. They won't. The buildings left there for their headquarters. That's right. They've got to have headquarters.
Right there on the beach, huh? The enemy's right there.
You can make your notes, too, if you will.
The enemy's there. We're taking over, see?
Yeah.
Are we?
We're taking over.
That's right. We're going in to take over. Okay. Instead of taking this city and bombing all the buildings out and taking it easy, we've got to take it the smart way. We've got to leave buildings there. We've got to have our headquarters. We've got to have our mess hall. We've got to have...
If he ever runs for office, I'm going to vote for him, I'll tell you that.
And, of course, we've got to have the space there and the building for the Officers Club, you know.
I'll bet that's probably just like the officers, huh, to have a...
You know it.
Yeah. What'd you say, sir?
Do they take that lumber in first?
Do they take the lumber in first before they attack?
Well, no, it's already there.
Any other questions, Mr. Leonard?
Well,
now about the... He's landed.
You said they were landing. How did they get onto the shore?
Well, we get on these landing crafts, see, from the ship.
Can they all get on them?
Well, we have so many they all can, yes.
Some of them, I guess, have to go
Oh,
away,
yes,
huh?
yes. And they go to so far as they can, see, then they start swimming. They walk, they wade, they're wet.
You understand all this?
So when do they change your clothes? You have to get wet.
Yeah. We don't worry about...
Not those silly questions.
You're worrying about your life, not your clothes.
This guy really is a civilian, away. What kind of a soldier do you think he'd make?
I don't know, about an officer, I guess.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, now, is there anything else that you'd like to ask Corporal Shute, sir?
Well, I have one little question about this landing operation here. During a landing operation on a hostile shore, when it's heavily defended by artillery of all types, 12-inch rifles and 14-inch howitzers, how far away is it safe for the landing ships, the troop ships, to discharge the combat troops into the landing craft?
Well, that's just all of opinion of the officer, maybe, on the ship.
I don't think it's safe anywhere.
Well, that was a pretty technical question, wasn't it?
I think so.
A little too technical. Well, I wonder why that could be. Does he look like a soldier to you, this fellow?
I don't know. He may be some general or something.
You never can tell these days. You never can tell, can you, Mr. Leonard? I got news for you. This is Brigadier General Leonard D. Weddington, retired of the U.S. Army Air Force.
How about that? All right.
A smaller guy you never want to meet, eh?
Oh, yes. Very swell.
Betcha. Well, now, don't look so aghast here now, Texas. Take it easy there, Corporal Shute. What do you think of him, General?
Well, like all our American soldiers, he can really dish it out.
Yeah. And he can take it, too. Thank you very much, General Weddington, for being such a wonderful sport.
It was a pleasure to be here. It's been my last pleasure to be a part of the U.S. Army. And may I say that it's a great opportunity for the youth of this country to get a career for themselves by joining the United States Army. Good night, everybody.
Good night, General Leonard D. Weddington. Thank you very much, sir. What the General said is true. A great career for the youth of this country has joined the United States Army. Good night, General. And thank you, too, Corporal Shute.
Thank you.
You feel better now?
Oh, very, very.
Yes. Now, wait a minute. Here's a beautiful new leather wallet for you. And if you open it up, you'll find $100 in it there for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, boy. And for your mother, send this to your mother. A big red box of Does. And that box is one soap for all your wash, dirty things, pretty things. Does everything. Okay, here they come. Stand by, America. Stand by. We're going to make the first call in our Walking Man contest for the American Heart Association. It might be you we're calling. If this person correctly identifies the Walking Man... Hello? If this person correctly identifies the Walking Man, he or she receives the giant jackpot of prizes. Here we go. Operator, get me Chicago, Illinois. Chicago, Illinois. There have been very few of the really large cities called in this contest lately. If this person cannot identify the Walking Man, we'll make a second call to the person who wrote the second best entry. And if you... Hello, Chicago. Our NBC operator will give you a number to call in Chicago. Will you ring it, please? Thank you. So far, we have found that the Walking Man is not President Truman, Louis B. Mayer, J. Edgar Hoover, James E. West, Ed Crump, Herbert Marshall, Henry Kaiser, Bing Crosby, Colonel Edward J. Baker, Richard Dix, Walter Houston, Eddie Cantor, Winston Churchill, James Petrillo, Robert E. Hannigan, Joe Louis, Bulldog Drummond, Ned Weaver is Bulldog Drummond, wasn't he? Andy Verapapa, nor Alvin C. York. Colonel Edward J. Baker. Who was that, anyhow? I never did find out. Hello? Yes. Hello. Hello, she says. Is this Mrs. Florence Hubbard of 48 North Waller Avenue, Chicago, Illinois? You're sort of shaky there, Mrs. Hubbard. How are you? You what? You can't hear me very well. I'll talk a little closer now. Can you hear me now? Yes, all right. This is Ralph Edwards of Truth or Consequences. Congratulations on your fine entry statement on why we should all support the American Heart Association. The judges selected your entry as number 1 for this week's call, so you get an opportunity to identify the walking man. Are you ready? Yes. All right. And you're allowed only one answer. Tell us who you think is the walking man. What's that? You say Jack Benny? You say Jack Benny. Mrs. Hubbard, don't faint. Jack Benny is correct, and you win the giant jackpot of prizes! Hang on! Don't go away from your microphone. Don't go away there, my dear. Let's get the name of all this now. Oh, man, this is the longest one yet. And Mrs. Hubbard, Florence Hubbard, a Chicago housewife, I suppose. How do you feel, Mrs. Hubbard? You work for the best firm in Chicago, you say? What is it? Yes, I heard you work for the best firm. What's the name of it? What company? Carson something. Purity Scott. What is it? Oh, a department store. Carson Perry Scott and Company. Are you a sales clerk there? All right. Now, take it easy. Take it easy. You're not going to cry on me, are you? Huh? Well, that's a girl. All right. Now, are you married? You're a widow. Do you have any children? I see. None. Can you use the prizes? Silly question. Can you use the prizes? Oh, I say, can you use the prizes? Yes, you can. I know. She's so excited this late. Oh, that's good. All right. Now, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to ask too many questions because I want to invite you to Truth or Consequences next week to be our guest here at the show so we can find out all about you. We want all the nation, too, to hear the walking man's own feelings about this, so we'll hear about you in detail next week on Truth or Consequences. Mrs. Hubbard, is that all right? Yes, you will come out and be our guest? You will have to ask Carson, Perry, and Stock. Yes, I know. But I mean, if they say it's okay. Look, there are only 30 million people listening. Let's see. All right. Good. And your address again? Your address is 40 North Waller Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. All right. Now, then you will be here next week on Truth or Consequences. How did you determine the identity of the walking man as being Jack Benny? Oh, I can say the name, Jack. You can tell me, but it's quite long. In other words, you went through the riddle, you knocked it down, it'll take you a while to explain it. All right, yes, I realize it will take you time to explain it, so you explain it on the air next week. Will you do that? Now, don't go away, because I'm going to bring in the walking man, Jack Benny, in just 1 second. Now, hang on. First of all, let's have a fanfare from the organ. Now, Duz nominates this week's Dishpan Duzzer. She's Mrs. C.W. Lockhart, 4220 Hereford Street, St. Louis, Missouri. Congratulations, Mrs. Lockhart. You found that Duz does everything in the dishpan, too, from whizzing through the greasiest pans to taking ever-loving care of hands. Those Duz suds really have what it takes, folks. They're real soap suds that stand up till the last dish is done. Ounce for ounce, Duz makes more suds than any strong granulated soap. Changing to Duz can mean softer, smoother hands, too. Join the Dishpan Duzzers now. Duz does everything. That it does, Harlow. And now we're going to call in our walking man. This should be something to hear. We take you to Jack Benny at his walking man hideout. He, this week, is in a secret home in Beverly Hills. He's been in Palm Springs. We had the keepers down there, the Bennetts of Deepwell Ranch. We had to go to a private bedroom there that even they didn't know about at the time through a friend to get Jack Benny in the back bedroom there and all that kind of stuff to broadcast a couple of weeks. He also was waiting at a secret home here in Beverly Hills that we'll tell you about, not his own, of course. And now he's waiting at that microphone to talk to you. And here he is, the walking man, walking because he won't spend the money for cab fare. Walking man, that's a thing you overlook, sort of. If you knew the character of the man as a jokester, that there would be a comedy angle. But the factual angle is the walking man because Waukegan means walk again, as named by the Indians, and Jack Benny, of course, is from Waukegan, Illinois. So here he is, Jack Benny. Come in, Jack. Yes. Jack. You can talk now, Jack. Look, they know who you are. Jack, look, the contest is over. You can stop walking.
Thank goodness, my feet are killing me.
Yes, sir. There's a bravo for one of the grandest guys in the world. Well, Jack, it's all over. Wasn't it a wonderful experience? The whole country was trying to guess the identity of the walking man. On everybody's lips, it was, who is the walking man? Who's the walking man? And just imagine, it was you.
Yeah. I knew it all the time, Ralph. The first line in your jingle was a dead giveaway.
The first line?
Yeah. Second for Santa Claus, first for me.
No.
I caught on right away.
Yeah, now look, Jack, I know you're kidding. That was the jingle for Martha Graham in the Miss Hush contest. No, but seriously, what do you think of Mrs. Hubbard winning all those prizes? Isn't it exciting? What's the matter, Jack? Don't you think she deserved it?
Oh, yes.
Well, look, Jack, she sent in the winning letter.
Well, you should have seen the letter I sent in. My writers worked a week on it. I think I'll fire him and hire Mrs. Hubbard.
No, I know you're joking because you've kept it a real secret, and that I mean, and your writers will be the most surprised people of all.
Look, even Mary didn't know about it, and that's the truth.
I believe you, Jack. The listeners will be interested to know that we used the house of my production manager, Al Pascal, a bachelor, so no one would be around on Saturdays except Joe Kay, the engineer, who also was assigned to Clara Bow during the Mrs. Hush contest. And, of course, all the sounds from the walking man were Jack Benny's own. When he tapped, danced, and whistled, that's what broke me up on the air. Well, Jack, now that it's all over, tell us how you felt being the walking man.
Well, Ralph, it was a great responsibility. I mean, all my life I was a clown, a buffoon, a violinist. And suddenly,
yes.
I became the center of attention of the entire nation. It is something to me inside. One morning, while taking my daily walk, I looked up at the sky. It was the most beautiful blue you ever saw. Then, like magic, a white cloud appeared. It was so soft and fleecy. And right before my very eyes, it changed shape and form like a dream. And as I watched, it seemed to say something to me.
What did it say, Jack?
Royal Crown Cola. I knew that someday my name would be up there in smoke.
Yes, Jack, smoke from millions of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
Thanks. You've made F.P. Boone very happy.
Oh, but Jack, didn't any of your friends suspect you as being the walking man?
No, but I did have one close call. It was my night to walk. Mm-hmm. The microphones were all set up. I put on my walking man shoes, and suddenly I made a horrible discovery.
What happened?
Mary had put rubber heels on the shoes.
Oh.
There wasn't a leather heel in the house.
What'd you do?
Well, I ran up to Mary's room, put on her patent leather pumps.
Well, did Mary suspect anything?
She suspected plenty, but not that I was the walking man.
Well, Jack, to get serious for a moment, we all want to thank you for unselfishly lending your time and name to this contest. The American Heart Association is now richer by over $1.5 million, and that is out of this world. It's a fellow with a heart like yours who helps the ailing hearts of America.
Well, Ralph, I want to thank you for choosing me as the walking man. It was a great honor to be part of this worthy cause. And on behalf of the American Heart Association, I want to thank all you people for sending in your contributions. I want to thank Mary for lending me her patent leather pumps. And my congratulations to you, Mrs. Hubbard, for sending in the winning letter. I'm sure you deserve to win. And Ralph.
Yes, Jack?
You should have seen my letter. It was a Lulu. By the way, Ralph.
Yes?
Would you ask Mrs. Hubbard if she would like to also be a guest on my show? Of course, if she can't come, see if we can get Carson, Peary, and Scott.
Yes, of course. All right. I know she'd be delighted to be a guest on your show a week from tomorrow. Okay, boy. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Ralph. And, by the way, Ralph,
yes.
If she doesn't want that Bendix, see, Rochester and I could use it. See? We take in laundry, you know.
Yes, I know.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Man with a heart. Well, how does you do? Look who's here. It's our Happy-to-Go-Duzzy Singers and their merry washing machine.
Hello. D-U-Z, D-U-Z.
Put does in your washing machine.
Where clothes come out oh so clean.
White things whiten, colored things bright.
D-U-Z does everything.
From the roughest and the toughest to the whitest and the brightest.
No soap quite like does before.
Does is different, does more.
When you does your wash, you'll sing.
D-U-Z does everything. D-U-Z.
Sensational, kids. Next week we'll explain all the clues, and we'll have Mrs. Hubbard here at our microphone. Thanks, Jack Benny. The American Heart Association has $1.5 million there. All right, Ralph Edwards saying good night, everybody.
Introducing Procter & Gamble's new Green Shampoo. Ever shampooed your hair with rainwater? Ever seen the softness, the shine it brings out in your hair? Then try this new Green with soft as rainwater action. How your hair will shine, sparkle with natural sheen. It'll feel soft, wonderfully, naturally soft. It's headline shampoo news. What this new Green with rainwater action can do for your hair. The new Green Shampoo. Try it and shine.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Doves. Ralph Edwards, the consequences came to you from Hollywood.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Heiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing The Old Chaperone.
A handsome young man met a pretty young maid, andando in old Barcelona. Andando means walking, and he had an old chaperone, a crone. Yes, she had an old chaperone. Maria, the girl, noticed Pedro, the boy, a winking right there in the calle. Now, calle means street, and no one can make love in these streets with an old chaperone, a crone. No, not with an old chaperone. The old chaperone was her tia, and tia means auntie in Spain. She may have an aunt to Maria, but to Pedro she was a big pain. Oh, Pedro just smiled at Maria, the maid. The aunties, they sparkle and show home. The aunties means teeth, and that's just where he'd like to have kicked the old chaperone, the crone, the bothersome old chaperone. Why don't you go away, said the old chaperone. You're fluttering like a paloma. Now, paloma's a bird, and that's just what he gave her. And then he cried in an anguished tone, I hate you, you old chaperone. And then came the day of fiesta. Fiesta! Fiesta! The people all roared. It sounded so much like fiesta. The auntie just stayed home and snored. While auntie was dreaming, the lovers were beaming. They danced and they sang in the plaza. Now, plaza means square, but nobody there was as square as the old chaperone. for she left the two lovers alone. They respectfully thanked the old crone. They said, gracias, old chaperone. Ole!
A very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority KIBM. Lovely hair shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in hard or soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, KIBM blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, it's breakfast time as we look in now at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. So far, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson are the only ones at the table, and, as usual, Mrs. Anderson is laying down the law to her cuter half in no uncertain terms.
Something's got to be done, Herbert. Do you understand me?
Yes, Snuggle Buddy.
Mildred's almost 22 years old. She should have been married long ago, like every other girl in this town.
But she's practically engaged, Poopsie. And I'm sure that the very day Dennis is making enough money to support a wife.
Dennis? Yes, I can picture it now. How happy Mildred will be as they wheel her to the altar.
Now, it may not take as long as you think. Didn't Mr. Willoughby promise to give Dennis a raise as soon as he becomes a help in the business?
Exactly. You see how hopeless it is?
Well, the boy just hasn't found himself, that's all, Poopsie. Well, now, it's the truth. Maybe if we stopped criticizing him and helped him plan his future, he'd...
Morning, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Is something wrong? You look kind of depressed.
We were discussing you.
Oh, I see.
Dennis, my boy, have you ever tried to find yourself?
Why, no, sir. I always know where I am.
I was referring to your future, son.
My future?
You may as well know right now that we don't like long engagements in this family, Dennis. If you and Mildred want to be married in the near future, it's up to you to make something of yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Can you suggest something I could make?
No, I can't think of a single thing.
We're just trying to put you on the right track, my boy. You've got confidence in yourself, haven't you?
No, sir.
Well, at least you can go to your boss and tell him that you've got to have a chance for advancement or else, can't you?
No, sir.
Dennis, where's your courage?
Same place as my confidence.
Oh, it's hopeless, Herbert, hopeless. Come along.
Now, wait, dear.
Wait nothing. There are some men in this world who are really men, who can do a man's job. There are others who are incapable of it.
But, dear...
I said, come along, Herbert. You still have the upstairs to clean and the ironing to do.
Very well, Lotus Leaf.
Morning, Mother. Daddy.
Good morning, Mildred. Come along, Herbert.
Were you and the folks having a talk, Dennis?
Yeah. Your mother has finally come to the conclusion that I couldn't possibly be a success at anything I tried.
Why, where on earth did you get such a crazy idea?
I think it was from observing me constantly at close range.
Well, of all the nonsense. Don't you believe it, Dennis? They said things like that about all great men.
Honest?
Of course. They said Thomas Edison would never amount to anything, didn't they? And one day he invented the electric light. You can do the same thing.
Wouldn't it be kind of silly when you can buy them so cheap?
That isn't what I mean. All you need is a little nerve. Like going to your boss, Mr. Willoughby, and telling him off good.
Oh, golly, Mildred.
Dennis, say if you don't find the courage to do it this very day, I'll never speak to you again.
Mildred, you don't mean that.
I certainly do.
Well, I'll try. But don't be surprised if I come home tonight and hand you a book on sign language.
Dennis, is that... Why, John McNulty. How are you, John?
Oh, pretty good, Willoughby.
What are you doing down here, John? I thought you'd be up at the state capitol, getting your party's election campaign started.
Well, the race for mayor in this town looks a little tricky this year, Willoughby, so I came down to take charge. Our boy, Honest Jim, wants to be reelected, you know. He's still making payments on his yacht.
John, how do you explain to the voters that the mayor can buy a $20,000 yacht on an $800 a year salary?
We tell him he's very thrifty.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. But you see, there's two strong parties this year. The Free Independent Citizens Liberty Party, that's us crooks, and the Reform Party.
Uh-huh.
The Reform Parties come out for lower taxes, better roads, higher pay for teachers, that sort of thing.
Radicals, huh?
Yeah. Our boy, Honest Jim, may have a little trouble this year. Personally, I'd like to chuck the whole thing up and retire to my toll bridge. But it's for the good of the party.
Well, you might be able to beat the Reform Party if you could split their vote.
Split their vote? How?
By running an independent candidate. A dummy. He'll take votes away from the Reform Party, and Honest Jim will walk in on your machine vote.
Say, that's great. Oh, but where could we find a guy stupid enough to run for us? Fella dopey enough to think he has a chance. A man so innocent that we can twist him around.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Hey.
Short search, wasn't it?
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
No, it's no good, Willoughby. I'm afraid he won't do.
Oh, now, wait. You said you needed a man with certain qualifications. Well, Dennis
That's
here...
obvious, but there's a point where even the voters will draw the line.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen?
He could be built up with publicity, couldn't he?
Well, anything's possible, of course.
I guess two's company and three's a crowd. Goodbye.
Dennis, come back here. Now, listen, my boy. I've always told you could go somewhere, haven't I?
Well, never in such a quiet voice before.
Well, my boy, I've got a proposition that's going to floor you. How would you like to be the mayor of Weaverville?
Mr. Willoughby, have you been browsing around among the medicinal alcohol again?
Dennis, I'm serious.
Quick, how many fingers am I holding up?
You stop that. McNulty, your troubles are over. This is your candidate for mayor right here.
I think you're right, Willoughby.
Gosh, they're both loaded.
Now, let's look at this boy and see what he's got for politics.
Well, he's a war veteran, honest as the day is long, not a black mark on his record.
That doesn't mean a thing, Willoughby.
He sings and plays the banjo.
Now we're getting somewhere. My boy, go home and put on your best suit. You're calling on Senator Tom Harrington down at the hotel.
Senator Harrington? But doesn't he usually support the Reform Party candidate?
Well, that's just it. If we can get him to endorse Dennis this time, we've started the split.
But if we want him to endorse Dennis, isn't it dangerous to let him see Dennis?
All Dennis has to do is agree with everything the senator says. The senator will love him.
I see. All right, Dennis, get going.
Gee, you're serious about this, then? You really want me to run for mayor?
Of course we do, my boy.
Gosh, Mr. Willoughby, this is the happiest day of my whole life. And if I'm elected, I promise you'll never regret it. I promise I'll make Weaverville a town to be proud of. I promise I'll... Gee, isn't it wonderful? I sound like a candidate already. Mildred!
Why, Dennis, what are you doing home so early?
Oh, Mildred, I got the most wonderful news. Remember how your mother said there was absolutely nothing I was equipped to do?
So?
So I've decided to become a politician.
A politician?
Yeah, I'm running for mayor.
Mayor? Dennis, have you gone crazy? How could you possibly?
Dennis!
Oh, so you don't believe me, Mildred? Well, here's my campaign manager, Mr. Willoughby.
Dennis,
He'll
you
tell
didn't take that seriously about running for mayor, did you? Don't you know who that man was in my store? Boss McNulty.
Boss McNulty? Why, he's the crookedest politician in the state.
Sure. I thought up that scheme to run those thieves out of town.
Huh?
McNulty doesn't want you to become mayor, Dennis. He's got his own candidate. Honest Jim Doan.
Well, that's a fine thing. And I was supposed to see this Senator Harrington this afternoon and get his endorsement. Well, I won't go.
Oh, yes, you will.
We've changed my mind.
I don't get it either.
Don't you see? If Dennis insults this senator and ridicules all his policies, he'll come out for the reform candidate, the man McNulty's really afraid of.
Gosh, Mildred, I gotta hand it to you. That head of yours is so heavy with brains, it's a wonder you can keep your neck up.
Oh, thank you, Dennis.
Mildred's right, Dennis. McNulty is beaten if you can get the senator really mad at you. You think you can?
Are you kidding? People get mad at me when I'm not trying. When I am, I'll be sheer murder.
Dennis Day, did you say the name was?
That's right, Senator. Candidate for mayor on the independent ticket.
Ah, I see. Question of endorsement. Well, frankly, Day, I lean a little toward the Reform Party.
Good, I'll give you a push.
You mean you don't want my endorsement?
I got enough handicaps now, pal. Look at your policies.
What about my policies?
What about them? Fair.
Oh, just a minute. Haven't I taken a firm stand on the slum problem, on the various...
The slum problem? What have you done about it? You've been in office 6 years and you haven't put up a single slum.
Now, see here.
And aren't you the author of a bill to help juvenile delinquency?
I am.
How about that? Don't you think it's growing fast enough without any help from you?
Now, you listen here.
Policies. Fair.
Is that all? Are you through?
It all depends. What do you think of me?
Well, you're certainly outspoken. As a matter of fact, I rather like you.
Then I'm not through.
You're not?
No. For instance, you say you always fight for minority groups.
I do?
I'm laughing.
I defy you to name one minority group I haven't fought for.
Millionaires.
Millionaires?
And then you have the nerve to come out in favor of crime prevention. Why, you ought to be ashamed.
Being in favor of crime prevention is bad?
You know what a thing like that can lead to, don't you?
What?
Unemployed policemen.
Oh,
Had enough? Do you hate me?
well, no, of course not. But
Then you haven't had enough.
Enough what?
Oh, so now you're getting nosy, asking questions. The big senator. How many subcommittees are you on?
Why, 5 or 6.
5 or 6? One senator? No wonder we have more subcommittees than we have subs.
Day, that's very funny.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Oh, you have a capital sense of humor. And to think that at first I thought you were serious.
We couldn't return to that mood, huh?
My boy, you certainly have a novel approach. Why, you've got the Reform Party candidate lashed to the mast. I'll be proud to endorse you for mayor.
But, Senator, you don't understand. I hate you. I hate your policies. Get mad, Senator.
By Jove, you're a card. And I think you'll make a darn good mayor, too. Goodbye, my boy.
No, Senator, no.
Goodbye.
Good gosh, now what have I done? That's what I get for being tricky. Why didn't I just act normal and let him feel for me what came naturally?
But I keep telling you I don't know where Mr. Day is.
Look, lady, we go to press in an hour, and I want an interview.
But it's ridiculous. Mr. Day isn't running for mayor.
Don't kid me. We got the tip right from John McNulty.
I can't help what, Miss... Oh, Dennis, at last, tell this man you're not running for mayor.
I can't.
What?
We've got some pretty peculiar men running this country, Mildred. The senator likes me.
Dennis, Dennis, come into the den. Excuse us a minute, please, mister. Now, what is all this?
Well, it's just like I said. The senator's going to endorse me. I came up with all kinds of silly ideas, but they had no effect.
But how could a man like the senator fail to recognize silly ideas when he heard them?
I don't know. I guess he's been in Washington too long.
Oh, Dennis, this is awful. That reporter wants a story from you, and once it's in the paper, you... Wait a minute.
You've got another idea, I can tell. That scared feeling is coming over me again.
Look, all you have to do is tell that reporter your platform.
Where does that get me?
Oh, right out of the race if you make it bad enough. Just tell him anything you can think of that's bad government. He'll print it, and that's the end of you for mayor.
Hey, maybe you're right. I'll get right to work on it. You wanted to see me, son?
Yeah, Mr. Day, I'm from the Bugle. I came for an interview. Can we have your platform for mayor?
You bet, son. First thing I'm going to do is open up the town.
I beg pardon?
I say this town's going to be wide open. Lotto, bingo, screeno, penny matching, all foul vices like that.
Oh, you don't say.
Yep. Next, I promise to close all the schools. That ought to swing the kid vote my way 100%.
It's not bad. Of course, the kids can't vote.
Mere technical triviality.
I'm putting it down in your very own words here.
Fine.
Of course, I may ask you to initial it later. My editor thinks I drink.
Well, if you don't, you better learn how. Know what we're going to have in all the public drinking fountains when I'm mayor?
What?
Bourbon.
Bourbon in the drinking fountain.
Sure. A lot of our brave boys missed the lush war years, didn't they? Well, we're going to have a lush peacetime.
Hold the paper for me, will you? I'm starting to shake a little.
Glad to, son.
You know something, boy? You might be just screwy enough to get elected.
Don't say that.
Sure. Honest Jim and the reform candidates they're both dull as dishwater. With them cutting each other's throats, a screwball like you has a wonderful chance.
Gosh, your paper isn't going to support me, is it?
No. And that's another sign in your favor.
Huh?
Oh, sure. My paper has a perfect record. We came out against George Washington, and we've been hitting them that good ever since. Well,
Mildred, I need you.
I know, I heard.
What am I going to do? Every time I open my mouth, the votes pour in.
Dennis, I've made up my mind. There's only one solution.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, then. Let's go.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. What's the solution?
Why, we're going to win the election, silly. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, did I?
No, and I was kind of interested. Win the election? Me?
Certainly. The only one who can beat you is Mr. McNulty's candidate. Mr. McNulty pulled a dirty trick on you, didn't he? Well, we'll pull a dirtier one on him.
Atta girl. What do we do?
Suppose we manage to get a picture of Mr. McNulty threatening you with a gun in his hand.
With a gun in his hand?
Yes.
This is a dirty trick on Mr. McNulty?
Yes. When the picture appears, he'll be out of the race.
Suppose he decided to pull the trigger. It'll be a dead heat.
The gun will be empty, silly. You'll have it in your pocket. Then you'll pick a fight with him and let him take the gun away from you.
And then what?
I'll have that reporter outside the door with a camera. And as soon as we hear you say you wouldn't dare, we burst in and snap the picture.
Holy smoke, I wouldn't have your mind for anything. You wouldn't dare as the cue, huh?
Yes. We'll get Daddy's old revolver out of his drawer. Oh, we can't miss, Dennis, and you'll be the next mayor. Will you do it?
I suppose so. But you know something, Mildred? The only difference between my life and the perils of Pauline is that Pauline was all sure of being around for the next episode.
Yeah, you're right, Jim. The kid's too strong with the press and the senator behind him. Yeah, let him be mayor for a year and hang himself. Next year we'll be so strong they'll never get us out. Okay, Jim, that's it then. We'll withdraw. Yeah. So long, Jim. Come in. Oh, hello, Day.
McNulty, I got news for you. I'm going out to win that election and make laughing stocks out of you and your stooge.
Oh? Well, more power to you, my boy. Good luck.
Oh, yeah? You and who else?
didn't you hear me? I said, good luck, my boy.
Come outside and say that.
Dave, you gone crazy?
Oh, you want to fight, huh? Get your hands up in front of your face and keep them there. I'm going to hit you right in the stomach.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear what I said? I wished you all.
I heard what you said, you rat. Take that and that and that.
Take what?
I don't know, but that's what they always say. Didn't you hear me call you a rat? If a fella said that to me, I'd shoot him.
You would?
Yes, sirree. I'd take out my gun and shoot him.
Well, I don't have a gun.
Just so happens that I have.
What?
Here, why don't you grapple with me and take it away?
Don't be silly.
Go ahead. I grapple easy.
Put that thing down, Dave.
Oh, come on, old man. Let's play the game.
Stop, will you?
I dare you to take it away from me. I double dare you. You wouldn't dare.
Hold it.
Hey, wait a minute. He's supposed to be holding the gun, not me.
Oh, Dennis.
Oh, boy, what a shot. Boy candidate threatens rival political boss. Wow, thanks, pal.
Well, I didn't think you could lose this election, son, but it looks like you figured out a way.
Yeah, that's me. Lucky mornings and normal afternoons.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Dennis.
Well, it looks like we've got a cinch now. Our boy, Honest Jim, will walk in.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll fix him. He won't have a chance.
And just how do you intend to beat him?
He can't possibly win. I'm going out and campaign for him.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are about to demonstrate. Scene, a picnic. But it's no picnic for our hero. Listen.
Jeepers, Janie. Every time I try to warm up to you lately, I get the cold shoulder. What gives, anyway?
You mean you definitely don't know, Joe?
Oh, Jenny, I haven't even got the makings of an idea.
That's the trouble with your trouble, Joe. Ask your dentist, won't you? Please.
And here's what Joe found out.
Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing That's My Desire.
Spend one night with you in our old rendezvous and reminisce with you. That's my desire, to meet wed
in to another Dentist Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Ken Carpenter saying welcome to the world premiere of the new Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman show, The Halls of Ivy, sponsored by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company, brewers of Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we depart far away.
Welcome to Ivy, the town of Ivy and Ivy College. Ivy College is coeducational and non-sectarian, and its age is indicated by the fact that until recently the curriculum required 2 years of Greek. Ivy is all American. Its student body is a pretty fair cross-section of our country's youthful seekers of knowledge. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, Ph.D., LL.D., and M.A., is president of Ivy, at least until the end of the month. His reappointment is under discussion now by the Board of Governors, now meeting in the east wing of the library.
I have to catch the 4 o'clock train back to town.
We used to get a $20 gold.
I hope you can make it for the weekend.
Gentlemen, we have one more item of business on our agenda, and an important one. It concerns the reappointment of Dr. Hall as president.
Hardly a matter for controversy. He's made a fine president. It shouldn't take long.
Of course not. It seems to me, as chairman of this board, that Dr. Hall's record is so eminently satisfactory that there can be no serious obstacle in the way of his confirmation. His 6 years of service has... Mr. Wellman?
Yes. What about Mrs. Hall?
Mrs. Hall is the nicest woman on the
campus. Have you anything else to worry about?
Gentlemen. What about Mrs. Hall, Mr. Wellman?
Well, I've nothing against the lady personally, but it seems to me that this is hearsay, of course, and I don't ordinarily pay much attention to student gossip.
Will you please get to the point, Mr. Wellman, if there is one?
There is one. To put it bluntly, there is some doubt in my mind whether a man whose wife is an ex-actress and a musical comedy actress at that is the right woman. I mean, if he is the right man to be president of a college like Ivy with a conservative tradition.
Gentlemen, please. Mr. Wellman has raised a point which, however seriously it should be taken, does have a bearing on Dr. Hall's reappointment. My personal feeling, for your information, is that Mrs. Hall's charm and sympathy for and with the younger element is a definite advantage to Dr. Hall's work. This is one opinion. You may hold contrary ones. But I should like to confine the discussion to a period of 1/2 hour. At that time, we will vote for or against reappointment. Mr. Merriweather?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not an Ivy alumnus. I just happen to be a filthy, rich, old man who's dropped some fairly large sums of money on your campus.
Wait a minute, Merriweather. The dignity of this college dignity, my foot.
Gentlemen, if you please, gentlemen. Order, please. May I remind you that appointing a president of this college is a serious matter. and any pertinent discussion should also be serious. The question of Dr. Hall's fitness and the character of his
Toddy, dear, must you pace back and forth like that, like a hyena in the zoo?
A hyena? That's a rather rude comparison, Victoria. A hyena is a nasty animal. If we must be zoological, let me be something a little more noble. A tiger.
A lion. That's what you are, the king of the beasts.
Well, thank you.
And like a lion, you must be brave, dear.
My dear woman, bravery in a college president, even in a former college president.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, it could happen. But as I was saying, bravery in a college president is a superfluous virtue. And practically the only virtue not absolutely required. If the governors of this college... what do you suppose they're doing at their wretched board meeting? Playing Parcheesi?
Temper, Toddy, temper. Successful college presidents never lose their tempers.
I know. And, will you please try not to call me Toddy? Even in these sacred precincts. Someday you'll use it in front of some eager young beaver in the School of Journalism. And 3 weeks later, they'll find me at my desk with a hole in my head and a smoking pistol in my hand.
I'll try, dear. I know what the cheerleaders would do with it, too. Tell me, how did they notify you that you ought to be booked for another term?
Booked is hardly the word, Victoria. I am not a juggling act.
Well, we all have our professional phrases, dear. Sometimes...
Well, here it is. Te morituris salutami.
What does that mean?
It means, here's mud in your eye from we who are about to be reappointed or not. Latin.
Well, let's get it over with. I'll let them in. You be busily reading your fan mail or something.
Hello, Mrs. Hall. Gee, I'm glad you're home. Can you give me a few minutes?
Well, frankly, Pushy, it is rather an awkward time. What's the trouble?
Oh, it's that waltz clog I'm doing in the Junior Follies. I can't seem to remember it. Would you brush me up a little?
Ask them in, Victoria.
Yes, dear. Come in, Pushy. It's Pushy Morgan.
See, I'm sorry to bother you all the time, Mrs. Hall, but the way you explain things are clear as crystal. When I get up at rehearsal, Oh, hello, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Morgan. Did you bring a message from the Board of Governors?
No, sir, I don't.
No, I've been trying to teach him a dance for the Junior Follies, William. A waltz clog. He wants to brush up a bit.
Really? Now?
Yes, sir.
Well, pull that rug aside, Pushy, while I put a record on. What were we using?
The Sidewalk of New York, remember?
Am I in the way?
Certainly not, dear. Just stand over there by the piano. Pushy has an unfortunate habit of flinging his feet sideways. It makes for a very loose line in the chorus. Now, watch. See? Don't toss yourself about too much. Contain yourself. There's economical movement. Move the shoulders as little as possible. Now try it.
Gee, it sure looks easy when you do it. Okay.
Hold it, Pushy. Stop the music, will you please, William?
Gladly. And may I say, Morgan, I don't think you do too badly.
Well, thank you, sir. Oh, I know I'm no Fred Astaire, but Mrs. Hall is a wonderful teacher. What was I doing wrong, Mrs. Hall?
Well, your balance is all wrong, Pushy. Watch how I shift my weight. See? Now here's what you're doing.
Oh, I think I see what you mean. Look, more like this, huh?
Now you're getting it. You just practice and practice and practice. Try to think of your upper body and arms wrapped up like a mummy. Be tight.
Oh, I get it. I think I know now. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Hall. This is going to be the best show we ever had, Doctor.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, Morgan. Are you one of the leads?
He is the lead, William. He sings even better than he dances.
Oh, I'd better. This whole thing scares me to death. When I think of opening night and me doing the waltz clog in front of all those people, gee, I'd almost rather be back in Okinawa. Almost, that is.
Okinawa? Were you...
Yes, he was, dear. Now you keep practicing, Pushy, and we'll get to work on that third act scenery day after tomorrow.
Okay. And thanks a lot, Mrs. Hall. With you helping us, this thing is really in the bag. Bye, Doctor.
A good day, Morgan. Remember, wrapped up like a mummy.
I'm sorry I interrupted your question, Toddy, but Pushy doesn't talk much about his war experience. He has the Medal of Honor, Purple Heart, Silver Star, and a few other things, you know.
No, I didn't know. I'm glad to hear about it. I'm inclined to lose sight of the fact that these are not all youngsters under my care. When I... Oh, here, let me help.
Pull the rug over a bit, will you, dear?
Over here?
A bit more. Yeah, that's it. Now, what were you saying?
What was I... Oh, yes, this reappointment.
You do want to be reappointed, don't you, Toddy? I mean, William.
Yes, I do. And largely on account of boys like Pushy Morgan. When I address the student body or any part of it, I can see how the world has moved since I went to college myself. In my day, we went to college for fun and to fill in a few years between high school and making a living. Some of these young old men have already lived more than I ever will. And even the inevitable few who are here to avoid work are affected in spite of themselves by the veterans and the ones who are playing for keeps. That's why I like my job more than I ever did. And that's why I wish those... What time is it?
3:37. How did you say you'd be notified?
I've only been reappointed once, you know, so the procedure is not exactly traditional. On that occasion, I was notified in person by two members of the board. Merriweather, whom I like and admire, and Mr. Wellman, who is, in my considered opinion, a stinker.
Is there any doubt in your mind that you will be reappointed?
I'd be an idiot to take it for granted. Reappointment means a salary increase.
Oh, Toddy, how wonderful.
Yes, and a salary increase naturally brings out the watchdog instincts of the conservative members.
You mean that some of them would actually fire their president just to save a few miserable dollars?
Vicky, I love you very deeply, but you are shamefully ignorant of some of life's basic facts.
I know, dear, but...
The Board of Governors is made up largely of wealthy men, retired industrialists, philanthropists. Dissimilar as they are, they have one trait in common. None of them sees anything miserable about a dollar. Furthermore...
Telephone, dear. Toddy, aren't you going to answer it?
Let it ring.
But, darling, the governors...
But the governors are hard to take. Let me play hard to get.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
In just a moment, we'll return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. There's just time now for you to hear how one man learned something very interesting. Here are his own words.
Well, my story is about a neighbor who isn't a neighbor, and a front porch that's really a penthouse, and how I first came to taste Schlitz beer. You see, every night I sit out on my terrace and watch the stars blink, just like I used to from my front porch back home. But it isn't the same because although my next-door neighbor sits on his terrace just 3 feet in a flower box away, we never speak. I know that he lounges in an old tweed jacket and has a hard time keeping his pipe lit and turns to the sports page first, and I don't even know his name. Yet I owe him a great deal of pleasure. You see, every night I used to watch him come out with a huge sandwich and a bottle of beer. And every time he sipped that beer, there was always the same expression on his face. Complete satisfaction. So I made a point of looking at the label every time, and it was always Schlitz. Well, I couldn't help wondering what there was about a beer to make a man look so pleased every time he tasted it. I bought some Schlitz, and I found out all right. Now we sit there just 3 feet away, both with our bottles of Schlitz, both with that same pleased look on our faces. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
that surround us here today.
As we rejoin the halls of Ivy, pardon me, the phone's ringing.
There's the telephone again, William. That's the third call. I think you've taught them a lesson.
Oh, very well. Dr. Hall's residence? Oh, yes. Yes. Bad news, you say? Well, frankly, I rather expected it. Well, thank you for calling. Yes, as soon as I can. Goodbye.
I'm sorry, dear.
Well, it can't be helped. I suppose I was lucky to get the one I really wanted.
The one... What do you mean? What did they say?
Well, they said they just got a copy of Wiener's book on cybernetics I ordered. Two of the others I wanted are out of print.
The Board of Governors said that?
Oh, no. The campus bookshop. Remind me to pick... Oh. You thought...
Yes. I thought they'd let you go. You know, it wouldn't be so terrible, would it? We could take a nice, long vacation.
Could you use another adjective? Such as brief, or enjoyable, or the usual well-earned?
Oh, you wouldn't be out of work very long, darling. You're a good college president. You're the best college president I know.
Thank you. But I'm afraid your limited experience...
Work very long, darling. You're a good college president. You're the best college president I know.
Thank you. But I'm afraid your limited experience... Was that the phone?
Was what the phone, dear?
I thought I heard the phone. What time is it?
It's 4 minutes to 4.
Get your coat and let's go for a walk.
But Toddy, William, what if the Board of Governors, if they should call while we're out?
Let them find me. One of the janitors on Fraternity Row has a bloodhound. They can track me down.
We can't do it, William. We can't meet rudeness with rudeness.
No. That's right. That's usual. My father used to say that the real test of manners was being able to meet bad ones with good ones. But what the devil do they find to discuss all the afternoon? I'll bet Wellman has something to do with this.
Mr. Wellman, the stinker.
Mr. Wellman, the revolving stinker. He's a stinker any way you look at it.
Exactly. What does a fragrant Mr. Wellman do for a living?
Well, my personal opinion is that he waylays little children on their way to the candy store and steals their pennies. But according to various other sources of information, he is a soup magnate.
Soup?
Soup. I suspect that his grandmother was a witch and invented a broth which became a family recipe. I'm afraid to eat any. I might turn into a frog. And I can't swim.
Don't be bitter, dear. After all, you don't have to have this job.
No, we could hitchhike out to California and pick fruit. The harvest. Do ladders make you nervous?
No, not a bit. Do you remember Lulu's mad moment? Oh, no, of course you don't, dear. He just played for 3 nights, Golders Green, I think. But I was Lulu, and I spent most of the second act on a ladder singing interminable choruses of Rhode Island and Elton and.
Sounds like a resounding success.
It was a dismal mistake. The critics, however...
Well, it's about time. Now, shall I accept the reappointment, or shall we pick apricot?
Oh, just play hard to get for 10 or 15 seconds, dear, and then give in gracefully.
Dr. Hall's residence? Yes? Oh. Well, it's quite all right. Not at all. Goodbye. Wrong number. What time is it?
2 minutes after 4. And stop pacing, Toddy. Remember, I don't mind ladders.
Very well. Lulu. May I call you Lulu?
It would be a little presumptuous. You never saw me as Lulu, which you may count among your blessings.
I saw you as Mary and Give Them Tears in London. That's all any man could ask.
Give Them Tears. Oh, I'd love to play it again. It was a lovely play, wasn't it, darling?
If you do it again, I'd like to play the vicar. I could do it, I saw it 27 times.
And you bought your own ticket on a professor's salary.
My sabbatical year turned out to be a theatrical 5 months. You were very kind to the visiting American, Vicky.
The visiting American was very refreshing, Toddy. There was fun. Teaching her how many shillings in a pound, how to eat fish and chips, a Lambeth walk.
Had you noticed me in the audience, ever? I mean, before...
Oh, my dear. I saw you every time after the first one. And then, the night my maid told me there was a gentleman.
Miss, there's a Mr. Hall wants to see you. A Yank by the looks of him.
What does he want, Penny?
I don't know, he didn't say, but he's a pleasant-spoken man and nice-looking. None of the ordinary runner-back stagers.
Oh, I'll see you.
Yes, miss.
Miss Cromwell, I realize this is perhaps an imposition, but I'm leaving for the United States in a few days, and I felt I must tell you something.
Yes, Mr. Hall. Or is it Professor Hall? Or Dr. Hall?
No, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that I am not ordinarily much of a theatre-goer, but I've seen you in this very beautiful play 26 times. And I'd feel that I had been lacking in simple courtesy had I not told you in person how much genuine pleasure you have given me. The hours I have spent watching you will be a memory which I shall treasure the rest of my somewhat dull life. I am most grateful.
Oh, Mr. Hall, this is really... Penny, go away. Oh, yes, miss. Please sit down, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, but, well, I've been told this is a rather inconvenient time to visit backstage. My ignorance of theatrical procedure...
Your ignorance of the rules, Mr. Hall, is rather refreshing. And you don't want an autographed photo or an endorsement of some brand of petrol or to discuss a tentative new motion picture over a late supper.
Oh, no, none of these things. No, I merely wish to say thank you. I might also say that dressing room views of one's favorite actress are popularly supposed to be disillusioning. I'm always glad to help kick a superstition in the head.
Oh, well, I'm glad I'm your favorite actress, Mr. Hall. You're becoming my favorite audience. Tell me, why did you wait so long to come and tell me all these nice things?
Well, frankly, I hadn't the courage. Until tonight. And the thought of going home without hearing you speak to me in person was simply intolerable. So, thank you once more.
No, don't go, Mr. Hall. Sit down again. I want to talk to you some more. Why, anyone who thinks as highly of me as you do and says so beautifully is to me a very stimulating conversationalist.
Miss Cromwell, I wouldn't have mentioned this, but inasmuch as you have introduced the subject...
How would you like it inscribed, Mr. Hall?
Oh, just say something like with kindest regards to... Well, how did you know what I meant?
I think it's because I wanted you to want a picture of me.
Oh, good heavens, I'm sorry. I've overstayed. What was that? Curtain time? Overture?
Darling, it's the doorbell.
What? I didn't...
Sorry, darling, it's the doorbell. Answer the doorbell.
Oh, the doorbell. Yes.
William, you were wool gathering.
Yes, I guess I was. And doesn't wool make a lovely comforter?
What on earth are you talking about?
Well, it doesn't matter, darling. No, excuse me. I'll see who's at the door.
Good evening, Dr. Hall.
Oh, Mr. Merriweather. Mr. Wellman.
How do you do, Dr. Hall?
We were just debating about taking a walk. Another 10 minutes and we'd probably have been gone. Victoria, I think you know Mr. Merriweather.
Yes, indeed, I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Merriweather.
Mrs. Hall, I'm glad to see you. In fact, I'm all...
Excuse me, Mr. Merriweather, but I'm afraid Mrs. Hall hasn't met Mr. Wellman. Victoria, may I introduce Mr. Clarence Wellman?
How do you do, Mr. Wellman?
Mrs. Hall, we haven't met before, formally. But I remember you from 1934, I think. In England, Golders Green, in Lulu's Mad Moment.
Was that the one where I played the witch brewing a wicked broth which turned men into frogs?
No, dear, no. Lulu's Mad Moment was where you spent most of the second act on a ladder, remember?
That was it, the ladder. I'll have to admit, Mrs. Hall, that you were interesting. But that play, how long did it run?
Run, Mr. Wellman, is much too vigorous a word. It tottered for 3 days and fell down dead. Did you have the fortune, good or bad, to see Lulu's mad moment, Mr. Merriweather?
No, I didn't, Mrs. Hall. But I saw Give Them Tears 5 times in New York. Gad, ma'am, if I'd been a couple of 100 years younger and hadn't had a wife who understood me, you'd have found me at the stage door every night with a bunch of emeralds in my hot little hand.
I don't like to intrude on your memoirs, gentlemen, but could I serve you any refreshments?
You mean tea, Dr. Hall?
No, Mr. Wellman, I didn't mean tea. Although tea is available if you care for it this late in the afternoon.
Personally, I'm a temperance man, Doctor.
I am seldom seen reeling across the campus myself, Mr. Wellman. May I get you something, Vicky?
No, thank you, William.
Apologies for keeping you waiting, Doctor.
Waiting for what, Mr. Merriweather?
Waiting for what? Don't you realize today is the deadline for your reappointment as president of Ivy, Dr. Hall?
Good gracious, so it is. And William, did you hear?
Yes, I did.
Well, I knew you weren't the type to stew around about it, Hall. Right temperament for president of Ivy, always said so. Well, friends, you're the committee. Tell the man.
Dr. Hall, I have been requested by the Board of Governors to inform you of your reappointment as president of Ivy College for a further term of 5 years.
With more money, too, so you...
I'm the committee of one.
Go ahead and commit. Stop stalling around.
For a further term of 5 years, Doctor, with an increase in stipend of $2,500.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman.
Does this mean, William, that we can't go to California?
I'm afraid so, dear. But possibly on our vacation we can pick an orange. Must you go, gentlemen?
Yes, got to get home, Doctor. Come on, Clarence. Night, Doctor, and congratulations to you and to the college.
Thank you.
Good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
And thanks for being so kind and patient with my nephew.
Your nephew?
Pushy Morgan.
Oh.
Stumblebum. Yeah, you taught him how to know his left foot from his right. He's crazy about you.
Oh.
So am I. Come on, Wellman. What are you stalling around for?
Good night, Doctor. Good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night. Good night. Congratulations, Doctor.
Thank you, Lulu. You may come down from the ladder now. Well, what an afternoon. I promise you I won't go through that again.
Won't you, Toddy? 5 years isn't so long.
Oh, next time I'll be ready for them. I'll be equipped to laugh at them, if you'll help me.
Well, of course, dear.
Look, Vicky, teach me that waltz plug. I think I might have a flair for that sort of thing. Now watch, isn't it this the way?
No. Look, Toddy, like this.
Mr. and Mrs. Coleman will be back in a moment.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Rawlinson, Herbert Butterfield, Willard Waterman, Gloria Gordon, and Lee Millar. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Matt Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking. Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
The arrival of March and spring weather brings with it a lovely day, and in Mel Blanc's little town, young couples are making plans for the coming evening. In the Adams household, Susan Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Roy, what picture are we going to see tonight?
The best years of our lives. I hear it's a wonderful picture.
And in the Sharp household, Ann Sharp is saying to her boyfriend,
Phil, what picture are we going to see tonight?
The man I love. I'm just crazy about Ida Lupino.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Mel has been talking to his girlfriend, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Mel, what picture are we going to see tonight?
That's up to you, Betty. Tonight it's your turn to pay.
Well, anyway, I can't go. Father's invited Mayor Quimby over to the house tonight, and I have to be there.
Mayor Quimby? Well, what's he coming over for?
Oh, it's something about Father wanting Tom Jones' vacant seat on the city council. Some silly political thing.
Betty, politics is not silly. This country is founded on politics. That's why it's a land of opportunity, where even you can become mayor, governor, even assistant to the president.
Me, assistant to the president? Oh, you have to show me. I'm from Missouri.
From Missouri, the job is yours. Remember, Betty, in this great land of ours, anyone can become an office holder, a representative, a senator, anyone.
Even you, Mel?
Me? No. I'm a Democrat. Well, looks like I'll have to go to the movies myself.
Now, why don't you try to help Father get on the council? It'll make him like you more.
Oh, Betty, I couldn't do it. Your father isn't the man for the job.
He might recommend some customers for your fix-it shop.
The job needs a more experienced and capable man.
Besides, the council meets 3 times a week, and we could be alone then.
Colby for city council. Oh, gosh, here comes your father now.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Well, Mel, I suppose Betty's told you about my political aspirations. Well, what do you think of me in politics? What are you giggling about, you idiot? Why, I'm the most civic-minded man in this community. Well, every morning I stand in front of my supermarket and I pick up every bit of refuse that blows by.
Yeah, but look at the high prices you get for it.
Mel Blanc, are you trying to make a fool out of me?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Colby. I know you're a self-made man. Oh, gosh, Mr. Colby, I'm getting all balled up. I'd really do anything to help you.
Well, that's more like it.
Well, it's Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher.
Hello, kiddies. What's cooking? And I hope it's borscht.
Hello, Professor Potchnick.
What's everybody got their heads together?
Well, Professor, Mr. Colby is having the mayor at his house tonight. It seems that old Tom Jones is leaving the city council and Mr. Colby wants his seat.
Well, what's the matter with his own seat? Oh, city council. Yes, Mayor Quimbley is quite a bird fancier, so Mel and I are going hunting. Perhaps we can shoot a pheasant to give to the mayor.
Oh-ho! Say, Professor, are you a good hunter?
Am I a good hunter? What a question. That's like Sears asking Roe if he's making a buck. Well, you are looking at the man who is known as Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok the hunter?
No, Hickok the suspenders man.
You can use some.
But back in Russia, I was a ferocious hunter. When I entered the forest in Odessa, the animals would flee for miles.
They were terrified, huh?
Why not? I was wearing a skunk coat. And then I went to hunt. Quickly, I blew the mating call of the bull moose.
And what happened?
That's how I met my wife. After we got married, we used to hunt together. Sonia and Max, agents for the Hudson Bay Company. One day was the most exciting day of my life. In the middle of the forest, we were face to face with a wild bear. One of us had to go. It was either me, Sonia, or the bear.
And what happened?
Sometimes I wish that bear could cook better.
Well, Professor, perhaps this is too tame for you. Mel and I are going bird shooting.
Birds, I love them. Only last week I bought a toupee for a bald eagle. Oh, I know everything about birds.
Oh, really? Do you know what a blue jay is?
There you got me. I happen to be a Dr. Scholl man myself.
Well, we haven't any time to lose. If I'm going to get a bird from Mayor Quimby, we better leave now. Come on, Mel.
Are you coming with us, Professor Potsnake?
A hunting we will go. A hunting we will go. Tovarich, tovarich, tovarich.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth. Makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra with If This Isn't Love.
What we've got to tell you is entirely confidential at this moment. A secret, we've got a little secret. Shh, a secret kind of secret. We're aching for to shout it to every daffodil and tell the world about it. In fact, we think we will. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy.
With moons all around and cows jumping over.
There's something amiss, and we'll eat our hats if this isn't love. We're feeling like an apple on top of William Tell. grapple. Because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter is summer. Spring and fall. If this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber. And that isn't all. We're swinging on stars. We're riding on rainbows. We're busting with bliss. And we'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
To Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby, hoping to attain a seat on the city council and anxious to make a good impression on Mayor Quimby, who is a bird fancier, invited Mel and Professor Potsnick to go hunting. The result of the expedition, one ring-necked pheasant, shot by Mr. Colby, which he wants to have stuffed and give to the mayor. We now find him bringing the bird into Mel's fix-it shop, which is for the moment in the hands of Mel's assistant, Zookie.
Oh, hello there, Zookie.
Hello, Mr.
Colby. Zookie, you have so much trouble saying Colby. What on earth would you do if my name was Flickenheimer Feigenspanholzen?
I'd say, hello, Mr. Flickenheimer Feigenspanholzen. It's simple, Mr. Flickenheimer Feigenspanholzen.
Well, Zookie, as soon as Mel comes in, I want you to tell him to stuff this pheasant. And tell him to hurry. The mayor will be at my house pretty soon, and I want Mel to bring it right up.
Oh, I'll tell him right up. I'll tell everything you say. I'll give him the I'll give him the I'll write him a note.
Okay, so long, Zookie.
So long. Let's see. What was I doing before he came in? Oh, yes, this crossword puzzle. Let's see now. A four-letter word for domesticated animal. Oh, I know. Cow. C-O-W. No, that's 5 letters. I got it. Cat. It's C-A-T. Oh, hello, Mel. Mr.
That's all right, Silky. I ran into Mr. Colby outside, and he told me all about it. And now I'd better get to work and stuff this bird. What a funny-looking bird. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Oh, hello, darling. Darling? Mighty potentate, you're looking at a stuffed bird.
I could have sworn that was my wife with a hair up. I should have known, though. The bird is better looking.
Mel, if you're stuffing that bird, the excelsior should be the stuffing, the wire frame, the foundation. Well, Mr. Cushing, how do you know so much about stuffing a bird?
Why shouldn't I? I've been feeding that vulture of mine for 20 years.
Oh, come now, mighty potentate. Don't tell me you do all the cooking at your house.
Ha! And I don't even get Thursdays off. Last week I burned the pea soup, and did my wife punish me?
What'd she do?
She locked me in the kitchen and hid all my cookbooks. But I tried to avoid unpleasantness. I even told her a few jokes. She laughed and said, "John, you kill me." Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, Mel. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
What's the matter? Oh, you know, mighty potentate, there's one thing I can't understand. Why did you marry your wife in the first place?
Well, Mel, I'll tell you. It was a combination of things.
A combination of things?
Yeah. A full moon, a thick veil, and a large bank account.
Was she mean right at the start?
Oh, yes, Mel. You see, she was an only child, and she became spoiled. Matter of fact, by the time I got her, she'd already turned sour.
Yeah, you were really hooked.
Harpooned is the word.
forget when that preacher married us. He said, I now pronounce you man and oh, brother. And the way her mother carried on, she kept crying, you're stealing my daughter, you're stealing my daughter. Mel, after 20 years of married life, I can say only one thing. What's that? Crime does not pay. Well, Mel, I gotta be going.
Well, where you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I tell you, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see The Beast with 5 fingers, or I can go home and count my wife. Hello, Mel.
Oh, poor mighty potentate. Well, I haven't time to worry about him. I gotta stuff this pheasant. Now, let's see. Where's the bullet hole? Why, that's so-and-so Colby. Shot the bird while its back was turned. Well, I better put some speed on. The mayor must be there already.
Be Mayor Quimby now, Betty. I'll open the door. Well, hello, Mayor Quimby. Glad you could come. Where's your charming wife?
My sweet little birdie. She'll be along any minute. She had to stop at Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. See, I think I'll call her and find out what's delaying her.
Well, what's she doing at Mel?
Oh, she's bringing in a...
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Hello, Mel. Mayor Quimby talking. Is my little birdie there?
Your little birdie? Oh, I thought it was a surprise. Yeah, she's here. Mayor, you should be proud of her.
Well, thank you.
She has a beautiful beak. What? And the loveliest legs I've ever seen.
Well, thank you.
I was just feeling her ankles. What? Solid. She also has a very lovely neck, Mayor.
She has?
But I wonder how she ever got such a large ring around it.
What are you talking about? There is no one cleaner than her.
Oh, I know that, Mayor. I just gave her a bath. Frankly, though, when she first arrived, she was a pretty tired old bird.
How dare you? She's positively wonderful, and she's such a hard worker.
Oh, you don't have to tell me, Mayor. In her day, she must have laid at least 1,000 eggs.
Mel Blanc, where is she now?
Right in front of me, sitting on the perch.
What?
I just finished stuffing her.
Let me talk to her.
You can't. She's dead.
What have you done to my wife?
Your wife? Mayor, I'm talking about a pheasant.
A pheasant? Why, you blundering idiot.
Mayor, give me that phone. Mel Blanc, you stupid fool.
Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Hi.
Oh, you giggling sap. You're always messing things up. Now, you come right up here with that bird before I come down there and break every bone in your body. Hear me?
Yeah, goodbye, Mr. Colby.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mayor. Oh, Betty, bring out that bottle of good bourbon for the mayor.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Colby. I understand you're going to present me with a stuffed pheasant.
Yes, Mayor. I know what a bird fancier you are, and I got it for you. And what a time I had getting it. Started out at 5 o'clock this morning. Before I got to the woods, I passed the city council building where I happened to notice a vacant seat. So into the forest I went, cutting myself on the thorns and brambles, bleeding just to get you that bird.
But, Mr. Colby, why did you have to go through the forest just to get to the market?
To get to the market?
Yes, I know you got it at the market because the hunting season doesn't open until next week. And there's a $500 penalty for shooting birds out of season.
Yes, I went through the forest to get to the market. I took the safe way.
You know, Colby, for a minute I thought you were going to say you shot that bird.
Me shoot a poor, innocent, defenseless little bird out of season? Oh, no. Why, I'd never shoot a bird. Never.
Oh, I'll get it, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Gosh, I sure gummed things up on the telephone, so I brought the bird as fast as I could. But I know how to make him feel good. I'll really lay it on thick about how your father shot this bird.
Oh, but Mel...
Oh, leave it to me, Betty. I can handle this. Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Hello, Mayor Quimby.
Oh, so you got here at last, you...
Oh, Your Honor, Mayor, has Mr. Colby been telling you about how he shot...
Oh, have a drink, Mel.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't drink. Well, as I was saying, Mayor, you should have seen him shoot...
Have a cigarette, Mel.
No, thanks. I don't smoke. Well, there Mr. Colby was, in the forest, surrounded by pheasant. So he ran...
Mel, why don't you and Betty go sit on the couch in the living room and turn off the lights or something?
No, thanks. I don't... Huh? Well, thanks, Mr. Colby, but first I'd like to tell the mayor...
Mel, have a shot. I mean, shoot yourself. I mean, drink this stuff. I don't know what I mean. Oh, Mayor. Well, how do you like the bird?
A stuffed ringneck pheasant. What a beauty.
Yep. You can't even tell where it was shot.
So it was shot, eh?
Sure, Mr.
Mel, there's a $500 fine or a 90-day jail sentence for anyone who shot that bird.
Well, Mayor, let's go. I'm ready to serve that jail sentence.
You shot that bird?
Only in self-defense. He was carrying loaded eggs. Well, put the handcuffs on me, Mayor, and take me to jail.
Oh, now, Mel, wait a minute.
Yeah? Yeah?
I'll send you fresh bread and water every day.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Colby.
Quincy Quimby, what a husband you are. I couldn't get this bird stuffed at all. Mel Blanc wasn't in his fix-it shop. Oh, well, there you are, Mel. And Quincy, he's holding a bird just like the one you shot today.
Now, Mary. Hold my little birdie.
Just a minute, Mayor. You shot a pheasant today, too. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, cellmate.
Maybe we ought to reconsider the whole matter.
Well, I'm willing to forget it, and I know you are, too, Mayor. But there's one other person here.
Well, who's that?
Councilman Colby.
Councilman Colby? But, Mel, are you sure he can fill the vacant seat?
Stand up, Mr. Colby. Take a look at him, Mayor. He can fill any seat in town.
Gosh, Mel, you certainly helped Father get out of everything that time. My father, Councilman. Oh, he's as proud as a stuffed...
Betty, we've had enough stuffing for one day. Well, I had to think fast today. I had something to look forward to.
You mean while Father goes to the council meeting, you'll have every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with me?
There you are, you two. Well, Mel, after what happened this evening, I know you're on my side. And because of that, I'm going to make you my assistant.
Your assistant? You mean at the supermarket?
No, on the city council. Now you'll be able to go with me to the meetings every
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Brush up with Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder with a rich, lively, penetrating foam. In a jiffy, your whole mouth feels fresh, sweet, clean in all the corners. And it's been proved Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder, does a brilliant job, leaving teeth magnificently clean, giving them that pearly, polished feeling, revealing all their natural brilliance. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
greetings, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of Linnet, the bathway to a soft, smooth skin, hope you've had a joyful holiday. Tonight we present for your entertainment Fred Allen and his associate members of the Linnet Bath Club Review. An announcement of unusual importance to every woman in the radio audience will be made later in this program. Be sure to listen for it. And now, on with the show. Presenting Fred Allen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Tonight...
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Joe Miller.
Any old Christmas jokes tonight?
No, thanks.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Joe. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take you to the Mammoth department store. If you have any presents you don't like, we'll gladly exchange them for you. But you'll have to hurry because we're only going to be open for the next half hour. While I'm dusting off my floor walkers, Luke Katzman and his delivery boys will bring you some atmosphere.
Hello, Mammoth Department Store. You want to speak to Mr. Mammoth? No, there is no Mr. Mammoth. That's the name of the store. Mr. Allen is the owner. Just a minute.
Yes? What is it you want? What department carries pepper? The grocery department. You've tried there? They didn't, eh? What kind of pepper did you want? Writing pepper? Why didn't you say so? That's the stationery department.
This store is going to the dog.
I don't think the dogs will take it. It's awful. Imagine that operator bothering me with a call like that. Fire her.
You can't discharge her. She hasn't been paid for 4 weeks.
That's right. I've stolen her lunch a couple of times, too. Hello? Fur department? Yes, a lady just bought a fur coat. Huh? Who's a skunk? Oh, that's different. A skunk coat. I thought you were getting personal. Huh? Of course the coat is waterproof. Who ever heard of a skunk carrying an umbrella?
Oh, gosh, there's always trouble in that fur department.
Yes, a woman came in yesterday to look at seals.
Hudson seal?
No, she wanted Christmas seals.
Well, you're the owner of the store, but I'd hate to be in your shoes.
They're not bad. They could stand some new heels. But everything will be all right shortly.
Are you going into bankruptcy?
No, I'm hiring an efficiency man. He can worry about the business.
Where are you going to get the money to pay him?
That's the first thing he's got to worry about.
The gentleman see you, Mr. Allen.
Who is he?
Here's his card.
Mr. Pinchpenny.
Yeah, he says he wants his card back after you look at it.
Ah, that must be the efficiency man. Send him in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the rug department. A man wants to buy a rug for cash. The salesman fainted. Where can you get some water? Never mind the salesman. Grab the customer. Miss Swift, send someone to the rug department to hold that customer until the salesman comes too.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pinchpenny is here.
Take a chair, Mr. Pinchpenny.
No, thanks. A good efficiency man never sits down. Shortens the life of the trousers, you know.
I see. But standing up is hard on the shoes, isn't it?
I'm barefooted.
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
Yes, I dye my feet black, save shoe leather.
Well, if anyone can save my store, you must be the man.
I've done some great work, Mr. Allen. You remember the dollar store?
Yes.
The place was going to pieces until I stepped in.
In your bare feet?
Yes, of course.
And is it still in business?
Yes, but not as the dollar store. I built it up to a 5 and 10.
From $1 to a 5 and 10. Well, you ought to wreck my store in no time at all. How do you efficiency men work?
We reduce the overhead immediately. How many people on your payroll?
200.
I'll fire 150. That saves you 75% right there.
But if customers come in the store, there'll be no one to wait on.
I'll stop the advertising. Then nobody will know you're in business.
You don't mind if I come in the store myself occasionally, do you?
What's your salary?
$10,000 a year.
Starting tomorrow, you get $3,000. That's efficiency.
Wait a minute. What do you get?
$10,000 a year is my minimum.
That's your minimum?
Yes, sir, that's my minimum.
Well, Mr. Pinchpenny, you're fired. That's my ultimatum. From now on, I'm my own efficiency man. I'll fix business up myself. Cancel my tickets for the opera, Miss Swift, and turn on that radio.
Charles Carlyle, the Linnet Bath Club tenor, sings an appropriate melody for Yuletide. Contented.
Contented, with you, with me, I'm contented. There needn't be any sun or moon or sky or blue. You have me and I have you. Contented, I'm singing for I'm contented. I want no more, for what more could I aspire to? I'm on a heaven gone a doorstep, so contented
Miss Swift?
Yes, sir?
I'm going to take a trip through the store and install some efficiency ideas. I'll be back shortly.
Yes, sir.
Right up, going up.
Just a minute, boy.
Yes, Mr. Allen. Ladies and all, ladies ready to wear Christmas dresses, nice red and oleum.
Let me off, please.
Say, who are you pushing?
I don't know. What's your name?
Go on up.
Floor walker, Mr. Jenkins.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
How is my efficiency plan working out?
Fine. I've got the customers waiting on each other.
Good. Did you hire a cashier with no arms?
Yes, but I had to let him go. He was opening the cash register with his nose.
Oh, you can't trust anyone these days.
No, indeed. Pardon me. Is this your hand in my pocket?
So it is. I'm getting absent-minded. I used to have a pair of trousers like those.
Pardon me. I'd like to buy a collar for my husband.
Yes, madam. A collar? One like I have on?
No, I want to buy a clean one.
Fourth floor.
Thank you.
I want to check up on the sales girls, too, Jenkins. I don't want a single customer to get away.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, can I change my underwear here?
You can, but there's an awful draft. The basement is warmer.
Oh, thank you.
I want to buy a high chair.
For yourself?
No, you simpleton. I want to buy a high chair for a baby with a cane seat.
We have chairs for babies with rubber backs. I've never seen a child with a cane.
What floor?
6.
Here's the complete debunk.
What's wrong?
I bought a box of pins here marked 1,000 for a nickel.
Yes?
When I got home, I counted the pins. There were 4 short.
Well, of all the cheapskates, why, for 2 pins, I'd give you your nickel back.
I don't want your 2 pins. I want 4 pins out of my money back.
All right, here's your nickel.
Thank you. Here's your pins. But the doctor will be mad.
Why?
My wife just had an operation. The doctor was going to pin her up so we wouldn't have to pay for the sewing.
You better take home some glue with you.
I will.
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Portland.
Are you running this department
Yes,
store?
I'm trying to install some efficiency.
You certainly need it.
Yes?
I just saw 2 men shoplifting in the piano department.
Where was the store detective?
He was holding the doors open so they could get the piano out.
I hope they leave an address. We can mail them a stool.
Can you help me pick out some Christmas presents?
I guess so.
I have my list here.
Say, that's a pretty ring you have on.
A boy gave it to me on Thanksgiving.
Gave it to you on Thanksgiving for Christmas?
Yes, it's an emerald.
That stone is white and emerald is green.
I I know. He said this will turn green by Christmas.
That's fine. Who's first on your list?
Grandpa, I want to buy him some liver tonic.
Dr. Groans is the best.
Yes, that's very good. The man upstairs used that for 20 years. It cured him.
That's fine.
He died last week.
Well, if he died cured, that's something.
Yes, you can't blame the liver tonic.
No?
No. After the old man died, they had to beat his liver with a stick for 3 days to kill it.
Well, that's that. Now, who's next?
Grandma, I want to get her something for the kitchen.
How about a mousetrap?
No, they're too poor to have mice.
They're lucky not to be bothered.
Oh, they have mice, but they only use Grandma's pantry to sleep in. They eat out.
A la carte, I suppose. How would your grandma like a griller?
No, she doesn't need a gorilla. She has Grandpa.
I mean an electric griller.
Oh, am I dumb?
You're telling me.
She wouldn't use a griller. Grandma never grilled.
What about a chafing dish?
No, she never chafes either.
Well, what else do you have to buy?
I want something for Cousin Ed, the college boy.
What college does he go to?
He's a Dartnell man.
Dartnell?
Yes, he was put out of Dartmouth, so now he goes to Cornell.
That makes him a Dartnell man.
Of course.
Then why don't you buy him a flask?
He'll get a kick out of that, won't he?
I guess so. You can always get a kick out of a flask unless it's empty. Who's next on your list?
I want to get a toy for my sister's baby.
Can he play with his toes? It's cheaper.
I know, but the baby has a stiff neck now and can't reach his toes. I want to buy something. Last Christmas, it was awful.
What happened?
Well, someone bought a train on the installment plan and gave it to the baby, and he lost it.
How could he lose a train?
The baby couldn't keep up the payment, so the man came and took it away.
So what's that last item on your list?
Oh, that's to remind me to go home.
I'm glad we've come to that.
So am I. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Say, Jenkins, what's that siren?
It sounds like the burglar alarm.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, boy?
Burglars opening your safe when you come to office?
Yes, when they find the safe is empty, they might take up a collection for me.
Here is the announcement you have been waiting to hear. After you have enjoyed the delightful luxury of the sensational Linnet Beauty Bath, do not discard the Linnet package, for the top of every Linnet package now has a real value. If you will send it to us together with 10 cents to cover handling and postage, we will mail you an attractive perfume container. Modern women have found these dainty perfumettes to be an indispensable accessory for their purse or evening bag. The perfume bottle is neatly concealed in a beautifully molded vanity, and by the simplest operation of the top, your favorite perfume becomes immediately available. Avoid delay. Order yours tonight and be the first one in your set to have one or more of these smart perfume containers. Here's all you have to do. Send the top flap of a Linnet package, together with 10 cents to cover handling and postage, to the makers of Linnet. You will find the address printed on the Linnet package. This premium offer is confined to the United States only. The music of Ann Leaf at the Wurlitzer organ and the music of Lou Katzman's orchestra here in the studio are now synchronized with the playing of the immortal Victor Herbert's Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life.
I'll be in the honeymooners department.
Yes, sir.
Floor walker. Mr. Platz.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
How is the honeymooners department going?
Very nice, sir. The cashier introduces strangers, I marry them, and the salesman sells them their furniture right off.
Excellent.
Would you like to meet on this couple?
Yes. Now, I'll show you how to clinch a sale.
Well, good morning.
How do you do? What's on your mind?
Well, Tara, he's going to get married next week.
You've got plenty on your mind, then.
Eli proposed to me last night.
Now, stop your snitching, Sarah.
Well, congratulations.
Yes. The gas went out and we were alone in the dark.
Don't now, Sarah. Don't do that.
And Eli popped the question, hey?
Yes. He was too stingy to put a quarter in the meter.
Now, twerk that tall. I hate to see all that dark going to waste.
Well, as soon as you're married, Eli, you'll see the light. Now, what can I show you?
Well, we want to furnish a home.
Yeah, now, what do you think we ought to get first?
Do you want to buy on time, or do you expect to keep the furniture? Our collectors are handsome.
Well, in that case, I guess we'll pay cash.
Oh, is that so? You don't trust me. Practically accusing me of being unfaithful already.
No, of course I trust you.
Spying on me all the time.
Now, could I interest you in one of our new closets? Made especially for traveling men's wives, with a phonograph attachment inside. If your husband comes home unexpectedly, knocks on the door and says, "Who's there?" the closet answers, "Nobody."
Nope, ain't going to have no closet.
We're moving into a new house, and we want it furnished from cellar to attic.
A new house. Well, how about some cobwebs for your attic? Or a nice bar complete with union bartender and sawdust for the cellar.
Well, you can use your own judgment.
Yes, I'm paying for everything. Cash.
Good. I'll furnish the house from top to bottom and throw in one of our mechanical front doors.
Oh, what are they?
Oh, a great invention. Now, if your wife is alone in the house and a brush salesman knocks, the front door barks like a dog. Scares peddlers away.
Sir, they're slicker than a trout. Throwing in one of them.
Oh, never mind the house. Now, where can I get a trousseau?
You mean Robinson Crusoe? Try the book department.
No, she means...
He knows what I mean. Something with lace.
The only things we have with lace are Valentine.
By golly, you look funny in a Valentine, Terry.
Oh, is that so? Well, let me tell you something, Eli Whitney. I've taken just about enough from you.
Now, don't you get up your high horse there.
Well, I'm running this shopping expedition. You're only marrying me for my money.
Well, it's the only way I could get it.
Now, wait, please. No fighting, folks. You're not even married yet.
No, and we're not going to be married.
You took the words right out my mouth. I'm through. Goodbye, dog rubbish.
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
What about this furniture you bought?
Well, I can't take it if I'm not going to be married.
Oh, what about me? I'm losing a sale.
Well, I'm losing a husband.
No, you're not. Business is business. You're going to marry me.
Oh, this is so sudden. Oh, I hope I'm not making a mistake.
Our store guarantees satisfaction, madam, or your money will be refunded.
Well, all right then. Bring yourself up COD. Now, here's my address. Goodbye.
Congratulations, Mr. Allen. That's salesmanship.
Thank you, Jenkins.
Here's another lady customer. Do you want to wait on her?
No, if I make another sale, it'll be bigamy. Hello, Mammoth Department Store. Yes, I ordered the merchandise from you last week. You won't send the goods until I pay what I owe you? I can't wait that long. Cancel the order.
Don't forget to have a pep meeting with the employees, Mr. Allen.
Is the guest speaker here?
Yes, he's ready.
Right this way, Mr. Atwell. The employees are waiting. We'll go into the hall here. Sit on the platform. I'll introduce you.
Thank you.
I want to thank you, fellow workers, for this vote of confidence. As you know, I've done my best to increase efficiency and better conditions in this store. Even this meeting I've called in your dinner hour so that you could save the money you might otherwise squander on food. My outstanding achievement you witness today. I have brought Professor Roy Atwell, master of self-confidence and free speech. Professor Atwell, the apostle of pep, who will speak to you. His subject is, they laughed, when I walked up to the platform. Professor Roy Pep Atwell.
Professor Atwell's asleep.
Wake up, Professor.
Hey? Oh, I was taking a cat nap.
Again introducing that wide-awake personality, Professor Atwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't expect to be called upon, or I wouldn't have gone to sleep. Mr. Allen has asked me to shriek to you today, to climb the ladder of success. Bung by gum, ring by rung. Keep your nose to the grindstone.
Don't be a clock watcher. Give your vest. Your bust. Vest. And hit your flagon to a star.
What about personality?
A good point. Personality is very important. Salesman must laugh with the customer. Show your teeth, even if they're in your pocket. The man worthwhile is the man with a smile. Whence all but gin has fled. Him has fled food. Sales talk, yes. They are essential evils. A good salesman must have a gift of gab. He must have both feet on the ground, and his subject well in hand. Business is no place for idle talk, and cockipop. The man with the bull should take the customer by the horns, and 9 times out of 11, if the the shoe fits, he will wear it on the other feet. Foot.
Does that remind you of a funny story?
Yes, but a joke in my mouth is no laughing mother. My first attempt at subject squeaking was agonizing. The conference room was routed. When I stood up, a fritter ran through the room. A man named Husing said he's putrid. They were laughing at me, but I grinned inside. My voice, clear as a bell. No, not the Biberty Lell. One crack at a time. I spoke, driving home fact after fact. I let myself grow. Soaring to a smashing finale that brought them to their fleets. I finished. There was a moment of tense silence. Then it came. Not a deafening rave of applause, but a strange noise. I'd never heard it before. It was like... that was it. And I knew I had made good as I've made good here today.
You're a riot, Professor.
Yes, that always happens when I squeak. I'll squeak out through the back hall.
That's fine. You can't tell how this will turn out. Order, please. Employees will return to their departments. Order, please.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, boy. Who are these children running in the hall?
Well, there's a riot in the toy department. The kids have chased Santa Claus into a closet.
Just a minute, kiddies. Now, just a minute. Free ice cream will be served in the basement. That'll get rid of the little rascals.
When are you serving the ice cream?
Next July. The kids will find that out later. Now, where's that Santa Claus?
Here he is in the closet.
Come out of there, Kringle. What's the matter?
I've just gone to pieces, Mr. Allen. I've lost my nerve.
Buck up, Sandy.
Oh, I can't. I've been a Santa Claus for 20 years. I've been lying to kids for so long I can't look a baby in the face.
Oh, come on now. Take an aspirin and get back on the job.
Oh, it's no good. Woe is me. I filled my last stocking.
Don't say that. This is your life's work. You can't give up so easily.
Oh, I'm so afraid.
Nonsense. Here's a little boy now. Pull yourself together and give him the work.
I'll try. But, I know I can't make good.
Leave it to me. Have you met Santa Claus, little boy?
Who do you think is him?
My lad. What do you want in your stocking?
Scram, bum, you're a fake.
I told you, Mr. Allen. Merciful heavens, I've lost my cunning.
Steady, Claus. Now, my little man, what makes you think that this gentleman in the red suit is an imposter?
Well, his whiskers don't fit.
Oh, me, I told you.
You need glasses, little boy.
Yeah, so do you. If you can't see his suit's too big, you can't fool me.
Oh, the little fellow has too much resistance. I know it. I'm ruined. This is the end.
Come back here. Where are you going, Sandy? Now, you see what you've done, boy? He jumped through the window. Now what have you got to say?
There ain't no Santa Claus.
remember the old saying, you never know what you've missed until you've tried it, this applies aptly to the marvelous Linnet Beauty Bath. A pleasant bath while you're experiencing it, and the most satisfying and beneficial results immediately after. Instantly, your skin becomes soft and smooth as velvet. This velvety feel comes from an extremely thin layer of linnet left on the surface of the body after your bath, evenly distributed over the entire surface of the skin. Tonight, after your busy holiday activities, why not enjoy the soothing luxury of a linnet bath? Notice what complete relaxation it affords your entire body. And notice, too, the refreshing difference in your skin. Linnet, spelled Linit, is sold by your grocery store, drug, or department store, and costs only 10 to 15 cents according to the size of the package. Before returning you to Fred Allen, may we again remind you of our attractive perfume container offer. Make a memo now to write for yours tonight. Send the top flap of a linnet package together with 10 cents to cover handling and postage. Or mail the 10 cents with the top flap from a package of Cream Ale, America's fastest-selling dessert. You will find the address printed on both the linnet and Cream Ale packages. And here is Fred Allen.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you've all enjoyed a real pleasant Christmas. And while it's a little early, I trust you will all have a happy and prosperous 1933. There's some consolation, though. No matter what other nations reject their war debts, America certainly got even with Turkey today. So don't forget, we'll all be looking for you next Sunday. So long.
Teleprompter saying good night for all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.